Good evening, councillors, staff, members of the public. I declare the Ordinary Council meeting on the 13th of December 2023 open at 5:30 p.m. Everyone please stand. I wish to acknowledge the Garrett people as the traditional custodians of the land we're meeting on and recognise their strength, resilience and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. Thank you. Item number 3, recording of attendance. This meeting is being live streamed and audio recorded to facilitate community participation for minute-taking purposes, which may be released upon request to third parties. In accordance with Clause 616, the Town of Port Hedland Standing Orders Local Law 2014, members of the public are not permitted to use any visual, audio, electronic device or instrument to record the proceeding of any meeting unless the person has been given permission by the presiding member to do so. Members of the public are also reminded that in accordance with Clause 617-4 of Standing Orders, mobile phones must be switched off and not be used during the meeting. 3.1, attendance. I note that all councillors are present and the attendance will be listed under 3.1 of the minutes. 3.2, attendance by telephone, entertainment communications, there is nil. 3.3, apologies, there is nil. 3.4, approved leave of absence, there is nil. 3.5, disclosure of interest. Mr. CEO, do you have any disclosures of interest at all?
I think we do from two councillors, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you, CEO. Councillor Rebella, do you go first? Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I have two impartiality interests to declare. The first one is for item number 12.3.2, proposal for road dedication for Wedgefield Stage 4 road extension. Now, the nature of interest is that my husband works for Pilbara Ports, and so it's a perceived conflict of interest. For the second item, it's item number 12.4.3, tender award for the tennis and hockey change room refurbishment. So my children take tennis lessons at this venue, and so I'm declaring an impartiality interest. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. Do we have any more? Yes, Councillor. Yes.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I've got a financial interest to disclose for 15.1, the market-led development proposal, as it involves my employer.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you. Okay. Are there any more disclosures of interest at all? No. Thank you, councillors. Item number 4, applications for approved leaves of absence. CEO, do you have any applications for approved leave of absence at all?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I have a request from Councillor Christensen for the period 2nd of January 2024 to the 28th of January 2024.
Thank you, CEO. Are there any more? No. Okay, could I move on that, please? Thank you, Councillor Butson. Seconder, Councillor Turner. Is anyone against the motion? Motion is carried. Absolute majority. Thank you, councillors. You can have a holiday now, councillor. Thank you. Okay, item number 5, response to previous questions. 5.1, response to previous questions by elected members at the Ordinary Council meeting held on the 29th of November 2023 will today be provided by individuals and will be detailed in the February 7th 2024 Ordinary Council meeting agenda. 5.2, response to questions taken on notice at the Public Council meeting held on the 29th of November. Response to these questions are received by the manager of the public at the Ordinary Council meeting on the 29th of November 2023 will today be provided to individuals and detailed in the February 7th agenda on 2024. Item number 6, public time. Ladies and gentlemen, this is an opportunity of members of the public to ask questions of council regarding to tonight's agenda and business of local government. Clause 6.73 of the Town of Port Hedland Standing Orders Local Laws requires members of the public wishing to ask questions to complete the question form and place the completed form in the tray provided. If myself, as presiding member, determines that questions and statements are out of order due to the use of expression, offensive or expressional expression, or defamatory, they will not be considered, recorded, nor responded to. 6.1 public question time. I declare public question time open at 5:36 p.m. CEO, do you have any public questions at all?
Not received any, Mr. Mayor.
No, thank you. Do any members of the public wish to ask any questions at all? Thank you, Mary. Can you please come forward, state your name and address for the record, please? Thank you.
Just one simple request. When everyone speaks tonight, can you please make sure you speak in your microphone because it is really hard to hear. So my name is Merrin Browning and I'm at 233 Collier Drive, South Hedland. Without prejudice, I've been to this meeting on several times. The last few times I've actually spoken in regards to about being safe to speak up without any backlash. And I hope to continue that is still going to be provided with tonight's meeting. So I have to just give a bit of a preamble. So I just want to talk about some conversations I've been having in regards to, and I apologise, Mayor Carter, in regards to the...
It's a question or a statement that you do?
It's actually, I've got to just preamble the question. So it's in regards to the motion that was put forward in the last meeting. It's now deferred to February. So I'm not going to say what it is because you all know what that is. Okay, so on the day of the election and on the result day, I had a conversation and there was many people in the room, in the gallery here, that were here when that conversation took place. Now, on that day, there was a few of us that questioned in regards to the outcome of the result, in particular probably with a re-elected member of Councillor Blanco. And I asked the question to the now Deputy Mayor Christensen in regards to what do you think will happen. So I was told pretty swiftly to watch this space and I said to him, what do you mean by that? And he said, I can't say anything, but just trust me. There's things happening in the background. So through the chair, I would like to ask Deputy Mayor Christensen, on that night, when you said, watch this space, what did you mean by that?
All right, thanks for that question. Very clearly, again, like you said, there's no need to dance around the issue here. And the motion that you're talking about, so people who don't understand, was a vote of no confidence in the Mayor. Now, yes, I've had conversations with yourself, with members on this board, with members in the community, and it's a very hot topic on the leadership quality and ability of our Mayor. I've made no secret about this. I've made public statements at this meeting previously, as have other members of this council. So I won't go too much detail because, again, it is a live motion. That motion will be coming up in February. And again, you asked a direct question, I'll give you a direct answer. I said watch this space because I'm a passionate person and I believe that this town deserves the best leadership and the best thing that they can possibly have. I was hopeful that I would become a deputy mayor of this town, and I'd hope that I'm living up to the expectation of what is requested from a deputy mayor. Watch this space means that watch what I can do while I'm in this seat. Again, I'm not saying that the mayor is the greatest mayor in the world, but I'm telling you right now I'm working damn hard with him to come up with solutions and problems to issues that we are having from a community. Community come to us with issues and usually it's directed towards an individual. Now, what I do and what I think I specialise is I go, let's get the person out of the way and let's get to the problem. I'm here to help fix those problems to get a better solution. Now, at any point in time, if that solution it doesn't come about, then I will action it accordingly as my abilities and my powers allow. So, watch the space means that I'm going to help work with the mayor to try and fix some issues that we have identified in the past. So, hope I've answered your question. Again, if you need some redirection, please let me know.
Yeah, just a bit of a redirection on that you couldn't say at the time what that was. So if you could elaborate further on that.
Sorry, say it again.
You said at the time when I asked you, what do you mean when you say watch this space? And you said you couldn't really elaborate. So are you able to elaborate now?
Well, I'm not going to elaborate beforehand because, again, we didn't know who the team was. You ask anybody around this table, I've taken the time with the new team to go work with them, so I can't commit to a dedicated way. I know what I would have preferred to do personally as Ashley Christensen Councillor Christensen at the time, but again, my approach on trying to fix issues is a holistic approach. We're a team of 9 and I think we're trying to show that. So I said The reason I said I can't tell you that right now is because I don't have the direction from this team, and to be able to work with this team to be able to get the right answers for this town. So, again, hope that's answered it. If not, again, more than happy to take it off notice and we can have more conversations if you want.
Yep, we'll have to take it off notice because that hasn't been answered. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any more public's questions at all? Yes, Julie, can you come forward, state your name and address for the record, please. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Julian Fisher. I'm from 3 Mitchie Crescent in South Headland. I have a range of questions, but I'll pick some out, and hopefully if there's not many more questions, we can go again. Okay, about the Wedgefield security cameras issue that I brought up at the last meeting. Can we please have an update on this issue, including when the additional camera sites marked on the map that I provided the last EOCM will be installed?
Lee, do you want to answer that one? Because that's, yeah.
Well, we're going to have a review of the CCTV system next year, and then we'll work with the police on where they believe cameras would be of use to them. So I haven't got a date for installing any further cameras.
Okay, so nothing has gone on from last meeting? Yep, that's right.
There's nothing at the moment. It'll come next year. Yeah.
Okay, so my second question is about the tip shop. It has been some months since I asked questions about the much needed tip shop. Can we please have an update regarding the progress of the building, including what month in 2024 it will be completed by?
Director? Yep.
So we are waiting for the approval from DOER for the works at the tip. Once we get that, that is likely to be in the next couple of months. That will then go to tender, probably March, April, and then we'll be able to know when that will actually be finished. When we tender it, we'll get a construction program from the...
Okay, so we'll be running
tender.
like 12 months behind at least, because I think it was supposed to be finished by 2024. I think that's what's in the, what was it, page 1048, I think, of the attachments. 1052, sorry. Yeah, where it says the Community Recycling Centre development. Finalised planning for CRC and build facility 2024. And then I think in the original budget that you were talking about, it was going to be in the 2023-2024 budget.
So it was in the 2023. We did have a design, but the design came back. The costing for the design came back far more expensive than we had budget for. So we have scaled back the size and to fit more in line with the budget. So we're confident we've got a design that will fit the budget.
Thank you, Lee.
Okay.
You have one more question?
Yeah, so my next question was about the Hoi Bin things that were up on Facebook lately. And they were saying that, and I had a look at the website as well, it says on the 23rd of March 2023 is the date referred to on the Hoi Bin website as having met with yourself, Peter Carter. But looking back at the confirmed OCM minutes from the 26th of April meeting, in your the mayor's meetings for March 2023, there's no meetings involving the mayor on that date. So can you tell me, was the mayor acting in this position on that date or as a private business person?
I was acting as the mayor, but also as a private business owner, basically going there to Harbin to try and encourage people to come to Australia.
Okay,
Thank you. You had 3 questions. Thank you.
thank you.
Do you have any more public's questions at all? Okay, I will close public question time at 5:45 p.m. Okay, moving on to 6.2 public statement time. I declare public statement time open at 5:45 p.m. Has the CEO received any public statements at all?
Mr Mayor, I've received two requests, one from Barry Harrison and one from Sharon Morrow, both in relation to item 12.3.5.
Okay.
Not sure who'd like to go first.
Barry.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, Mayor Pitter and councillors and council staff. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you tonight. My name is Barry Harrison. I'm the Deputy Manager at the Headland State Emergency Service, and tonight I'm representing the Emergency Service plus the Bushfire Brigade in our co-located facility at the airport. I live at 51 Roberts Street, and my day job is I work for Pilgrim Edamire as the Facility Manager at Mathunta. The Pilbara Coast, Mr Mayor, between Broome and Headland is considered the most cyclone part of Australia. Without doubt, we get more cyclones than anywhere else in the country right here. And each year we ask our residents and businesses within the town of Port Hedland to know their risk and prepare themselves and get ready for cyclones. And we're in the cyclone season now. We've currently got one that's hitting Cairns at the moment. Last council meeting you sat here and you heard from the commander of VMR, Volunteer Marine Rescue Services, and the issues they had around their base. Well, tonight I'm here in a similar fashion to you to talk to you about item 12.3.5, the development application for additions to the workforce camp known as Waypoint that sits on the boundary of the Headland State Emergency Service and the Headland Bushfire Brigade in our co-located facility. Sadly, the Headland State Emergency Service had no knowledge of this proposal until we received a notice of development application to which we sought some extra time and responded with our objection. It's disappointing that proponents of the plan didn't reach out and discuss with us their ambitions around this proposal, so we've been sort of hoodwinked on that. Our objections document and outline a number of items that we've considered, including, and my partner has just handed you some the submission that we provided to council, and you can see there's a range of maps and photos where they clearly haven't done their homework because they want to build a car park over the top of our current sewage pumping station and our leach drains. There's also concerns we have around our telecommunications, and you'll see a photo in the documents there where our communications some time back were dug up by a tractor in the car park. Sadly, our comms go into the car park of Waypoint. And it's worth noting that our rescue service also supports the St John's ambulance because they can't get internet in their location. We actually have a live feed across to their base. So any time that we're down, hopefully we're not down too much, but we were down for some time when the damage was done previously. And also they haven't taken into account in their proposal is to take over basically half of our block of land that we sit on. It's obviously council land that sits invested with the airport. And they've locked us into within the concrete boundaries within the car park, and they now want to take over the rest of that land in their desire to extend their camp from 225 to over 550 odd rooms. I think it is 530 rooms. Now my background is in camp management, so that's about an $80,000 a day business. That's pretty good. Over 30 million, nearly $31 million a year. And that's at the bottom end of the scale, so it could do better. And that's why we're disappointed that the proponents didn't come to see us and talk to us about this. There's also the matter of, in the report there, you'll read from the officer, the stormwater runoff is of some concern, and it does have the ability to inundate our building with water from their runoff. If we don't have an operationally ready rescue service, we'll have no choice but to close our facility. That's not something we want to do, but if we can't operate safely, we will shut it down. Ultimately, we understand that JDAP's involved here, and they will decide the fate of the application. However, our plea to you, as your members in the community that work for you to provide rescue services to you and our community, is to obviously listen to what we've got to say, because it's obviously the community at the end of the day that's going to bear the brunt of any decisions if we are to be disadvantaged in our services and we're not being able to provide our services to this community. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time. Thank you for that. Okay, yes, sir. Please come forward, state your name and address for the record, please. Thank you.
Yeah, my name is Sharon Morrow. I live at 51 Robert Street in South Headland. And I actually more want to speak to the councillors about supporting the SES and the Bushfire Brigade. They're both valuable services to our community. We would suffer greatly without them. So for us not to have a space, either facility, and we both work co-located, as most of you would know, that will have an impact on this town and the community greatly, because we will not be here to support in an incident, in a cyclone, in a fire. Those are things all that camp people, and let's be honest, we're talking about a camp where they're FIFO workers. They are not committed to our community. They are not volunteering in our services. This is about our town and our community. So my plea is to you to consider that in any decision you make. And I understand that you also are bound by the MAC decision, but at the end of the day, if we can't be supported in our current location, to look to the council to find us another location where we're happy to co-locate. Because one of the messages I heard the other day was something about, in this camp, they don't want noise disturbance. We can have fire trucks going out with lights and bells. It's not going to be quiet. It's just the way it is. If you want a fire truck to go out in a hurry, you want them to go out with a siren. It's just important to consider those factors when we're looking at housing or accommodation for workers, particularly workers that are going to be working 24/7. So my plea is just to consider us. If we can't manage it in our current location, where can the council support us to go, and how can they support us? Or can this camp or this owner of this camp support us to be relocated to another location with facilities similar or better than what we already have? Because the people that are volunteering for this community. Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Thank you. Okay, if you come forward to your name and address, please.
Good evening, Mr Mayor, councillors. My name is Jason Langford, 30 Sutherland Street here in Port Hedland, and I'm the president of the Port Hedland BMX Club. I've come just to add some comments to an agenda item on this evening for the proposed outdoor section at the JD Hardy Centre, which is the proposed pump and jump track for the youth of Port Hedland. I just wanted to add just a bit of information that this project I've been personally involved with for probably the last 4 years. It was started with members of the town of Port Hedland. Unfortunately, there was some change of employment. I've now currently been working with Kath and Shelley with the Sport and Rec team on getting the proposal to where it is today. Some insight into the potential that this development has for the town. So the current BMX club is a closed facility. We only operate through the winter months, term 2 and term 3. It's a bit warm for the summer months, but the interest is extremely high. So currently we've got in excess of 500 active members in the club, and of those about 230 are riding members. They age from 2 up to 63, the riders that participate in the club. As more some background, our regular Friday night club events attract average of 100 riders on a Friday night, and our busiest night, the most riders we've had on just a club event was 120 riders. We also have the Norwest Super Series, where we have clubs Karatha Newman and Tom Price come to Hedland, and we had 260 riders at that event. That was held in, what was the last one? So August. The facility will be a great benefit for the town's youth, and the concept drawings that I've seen, and I'm thinking that they're not too far off what you guys have, are multi-aged user bikes. You can throw scooters around on them. I think there's some parkour, so very age diverse facility. We've frequented many tracks. I have 3 sons. The eldest is 12. The youngest is 6. And we will go to Perth, we'll go to Karratha, we'll go to towns that have these facilities, and we'll spend half to sometimes all day at these tracks riding. So it's a great opportunity for the kids to get out and about, get on their bikes, be outside, being open to the public. It can be used all year round. As I said, the club here is closed for most of the year. We can only open on training and racing nights. So for something like this for the town, I think would be very advantageous. And if anyone requires any more information about anything around the club and what I think how good this facility will be for the town, I'm more than welcome to talk with anyone about it. So thank you very much.
Thank you for your time. Thank you. Okay.
Zach Green for Brearley Street, Port Hedland. Just here to talk about the Marapika Park pop-up EOI. First off, I'd also like to acknowledge the traditional owners, the Garriata people, the Ngunnawal people and the Nala people, being an Indigenous person myself. I own a hospitality company, the only Indigenous hospitality company here in Port Hedland with my partner and fiancé, Bobby Lockyer. Bobby couldn't be here tonight. She's actually filming with the BBC studio, showcasing Port Hedland coastline, and also with the person who's filming it is actually Councillor Blanco's daughter. So 2 Hedland people putting Port Hedland coastline on the world stage is an incredible feat, and I think we all should be very proud of that. But I'm here to talk about the EOI. Lucas Hospitality started in April this year. And we had our first pop-up at a Lucas Kitchen at the shipping containers down in Marapika Park. And I must say that being a chef, I'm very, very grateful for what the town of Port Hedland were able to give us. Give myself an opportunity to have a business, not just a business, but also an Indigenous pop-up restaurant. And from that, we were able to employ 7 local Indigenous girls from Ashburton Aboriginal Corporation. And those 7 young Indigenous girls have actually gone on to work full-time at Compass from working with us for 6 weeks. And also those 7 girls that I'm very proud of, a lot of them hadn't had jobs before. Some have been out of jobs for 12 months. 7 of them didn't have their licences, didn't have cars, didn't have any transport. But with Bobby and I's other company, we were able to give complimentary transport to get to work. And from those 7 girls, 5 of them have got their licences back. 5 of them have actually got their cars back on the road, and 2 of them learning to drive, which is fantastic. But Port Hedland has given me my itch back, especially in the hospitality. So when the EOI came up, Bobby and I had a discussion where we're parents of 4 young boys, and we asked ourselves, what is there to do in town? Where is there to go in town after school? So we came up with the idea of opening a cafe called Little Starfish at Marapika Park. It'll be open from 6 a.m. to 11 p.m. and 11 a.m. and then opening again at 12 for the afternoon shift to 4:30, 5 o'clock. But this is where we want to bring families to have that ultimate experience by the port, watching the ships come down, having a smoothie, having a milkshake, and then playing on the playground. We wanted to bring a family environment into this town. And then also on top of that, our second venue within that second container is an oyster shack. So we're wanting to open an oyster shack from Friday to Saturday to Sunday to be able to provide local produce. So I've been calling on my local suppliers around the Pilbara, and they're all very keen to be able to give local produce from oysters from an Aboriginal corporation in the Pilbara, and also local produce like Tender Spot and also the Pilbara Fish Truck as well. But it's not just about that, it's about the local employment. So on the top of the success of a Lucas Kitchen, where we had 435 people come through 10 nights of service, 30 young Indigenous girls from Ashburton have all signed up to be a part of a Lucas Hospitality's family. So 30 girls all want to work after a 6-week trial. And that's a huge feat to even grasp that, you know, I've been in the chef world for most of my life, but I had a break, but this is the reason I do it. The reason I do it is I want to employ local people to be able to get jobs, to be able to stay in town, to be able to provide for their families. And a lot of the people that are coming through, that are working at a Lucas Hospitality, all come from different circumstances. And one of the girls' story I do want to share with you tonight. Since she worked with us, she came to a Lucas Kitchen with little hospitality experience. She was in an abusive relationship, and I've been able to have permission from her to share her story. She came from an abusive relationship. She lost access to her children. And since working at a Lucas Hospitality, she's had 6 visits with her children now. So those are the people that we're wanting to help. We're wanting to succeed in life, and we're also wanting to give complimentary transport. So Little Starfish and the Oyster Shack, as much as the produce would be good because I'm cooking, it's also about providing local Indigenous employments. We did that for 6 weeks with the Lucas Kitchen. Imagine if you guys gave us the opportunity to do it for 12 months, and how many people's lives we can change, and what a great opportunity it would be to showcase that to the other Pilbara towns, that this is what Hedland are doing for our local Indigenous people, but also at the same local non-Indigenous people that are struggling to find jobs. So the Little Starfish Cafe and Oyster Shack is something that we're really, really passionate about. And Bobby and I have a few different ideas that we're wanting to do over the next 2 to 3 years, but we're wanting to start here, and we're wanting to see local Indigenous people get employed, but also at the same time we're going into schools and wanting to offer school-based traineeships. And the 30 girls that are lining up for work at the moment, from our own expense, we're putting them through hospitality courses right now and barista courses right now. So when they come to work with us, they're ready. So I hope, if we get that opportunity, imagine what we can do in 12 months rather than 6 weeks. Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Thank you. Okay, we've received a deputation from Daniel Martin from... What was it? Oh, in my statements? Okay, close statement time at 6 p.m. Thank you. Okay, 6.3, deputations, petitions, presentations and submissions. We have 2 deputations this evening on the agenda item. One is 12.3.5 and one is 15.3, confidential. Received a deputation from Daniel Martinovich from CLE Town Planning Design via Teams in relation to item number 12.3.5. Joint Development Assessment Panel application, development approval for workforce accommodation, proposed additions to Waypoint Village at lot 9008, Great Northern Highway, Port Hedland. Is he online? Can you hear me there, Daniel? Sorry, I can't hear you.
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear, Mr. Mayor. Can you hear us now?
Yes, loud and clear. Yes, thank you. The floor is yours. Please tell us.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and councillors, and thank you for the opportunity to present. My name is Daniel Martinovich of CLE Town Planning and Design, and we're the applicant for the Joint Development Assessment Panel application for the expansion of Waypoint Village. With me is Warren Pavanendra of Compass Group, who are the proponents and current operators of Waypoint Village. We support the officer recommendation for approval and would like to take this opportunity to thank the council staff for their assistance and efforts progressing the application to this point. As outlined in the report, the proposed expansion of Waypoint Village will provide critical workforce accommodation in association with BHP's Port debottlenecking project, a significant infrastructure project that will expand Western Australia iron ore's production capacity. The reason for our deputation this evening relates to the schedule of conditions. Although with your blessing, Mr. Mayor, I might pass to Warren at the end of my address just to touch on some of the points raised by previous presenters this evening. The draft schedule of conditions outlined in the council report was for the most part acceptable, with the exception of a handful of conditions that we felt the wording of could be improved from an implementation perspective. Since the agenda was published, we've subsequently discussed updated wording for 7 of the 16 conditions with the town's administration, and understand that an alternative motion has been circulated with councillors. We support the modified schedule of conditions, but request that condition 3 be expanded upon to assist Compass's business planning and investment in the longer term. Condition 3 imposes a 10-year approval timeframe, which we accept. We do request, however, that the condition be expanded to reference the potential for an additional 10-year approval to be granted, subject to demand being demonstrated and an additional contribution towards social infrastructure. This would be linked to a capped future contribution amount of $500,000 in acknowledgement of previous contributions made for the development. Whilst we understand that any further extension would be subject to a separate approval process at that time, from a commercial perspective, reference to an ability to extend the approval for a further 10 years enables Compass to better justify investment in social infrastructure and underpin the level of investment in the site. Whilst this investment is already substantial, a stated ability to extend the approval in the future is preferred. This approach is similar to the approval for Compass's other significant accommodation site at Gateway Village in South Hedland, which references an ability to extend the approval for a further 10 years. As we understand, an alternate motion has been circulated with respect to our other requested changes. It's not necessary for us to discuss the changes in any detail. However, we'd be happy to assist with any questions the council may have. At this point, I might just pass over to Warren to make a few comments with your acceptance, Mr. Mann.
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you.
Sure. I just wanted to address some of the concerns raised by the SES. So firstly, we have indeed made contact with the SES back in September, August, September, to have access to their site in order to conduct a feature survey of the proposed development land. So I'm not sure if they understood clearly what we were doing there, but they were consulted or they were notified of our intention for the development. So and then in terms of their services going forward, their underground services in terms of water, communications, electricity, and so on. Our intention throughout the development is to design to maintain design and maintain the existing facilities, or improve what we can in terms of drainage, sewage treatment, and so on. So there is no risk from our perspective or risk of disruption to their operations or their services to the community. For us, we maintain that what we are doing won't cause any disruptions to them, and throughout the process we'll be engaging with them. And then in terms of land, I just want to make mention that the land that we're developing is zoned as such and in consultation with Port Hedland International Airport as commercially available land to us for this development. So based on the information that we've received and throughout our consultation period with the Port Hedland International Airport, our development does not encroach on SES land as such. The land portion is commercially available for lease. In addition, just to address the noise as well, we take that point on board. Maintaining the noise levels within the village is important because it is a 24/7 operation. So we have purposely maintained the accommodation facilities away from the SES. So if you look at the proposed development and the structure of the design, there are no accommodation blocks located that would encroach on the SES operations. What you see there is the new kitchen diner and the new admin building, and also where we would be placing our maintenance facilities for the village. So, but however, I just wanted to say, in terms of the SES, we're more than happy to accommodate. We're more than happy to work with them. We don't want to cause any disruption. It is not our intention to cause any disruption. We will do our best to maintain their serviceability for the community and also for us. So I'll leave it at that. If there's any questions, I'm happy to take some.
Okay, thank you. Councillor, do you have any questions? Yes, Councillor.
I have two questions, Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
if you may.
Yep.
All right. Hi, everyone. The first, So the first question I have is with regards to the SES. They provide a very core service to our community, and they are volunteers. Now, you're saying that you have tried to be, or you have been in touch with them. Was this sort of was it an engagement, to and fro engagement, or was this done in writing?
No, it was done on a phone call and text messages with, this was done some time back. So we needed access to their land. It's fenced off and locked. So I did make contact with the contact person. I can't remember, and I'm happy to provide the name and the details, but they provided me with the access and the code for the lock to the property. So that was and during that process, I provided the reason as to why and what we were doing.
Okay, I would request and suggest that there be an engagement with them, and in the sense that it is a consultation and not it is just that, yes, you want to go ahead with development, but this is a core community service being provided by volunteers of our town, and they are giving their time, to us, to all of us. So that is one. And the other question I had for you is, and this is to the other gentleman, I know you've said that there is a change in point 3, where you've said that it is for a period of 10 years, and then we are looking for an extension. But we need to bear in mind that 500K at the end of 10 years, with the current inflation, what does that mean? I'm not expecting an answer, but it's more a comment. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor.
Can I just raise, apologies, can I just answer one of those questions in terms of the community service? Listen of our contribution and support of community services. So one of the things that we have done, and I take on board that our consultation with the SES hasn't been in as detailed as it should be, but we are doing our best, especially with the men's shed next door. So we've consulted with them greatly. We're donating a lot of equipment to them, and we've been working with them pretty in detail as to how we can support them going forward and improve their service to the community. So I'll take that on board, that in consultation with the SES, and I'll commit to doing that going forward. And if there's anything that we can do as Compass Group to support their service to the community, we're more than happy to do so.
All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Do you have any more questions at all, guys? Any more questions, councillors?
Hi guys, just wanting to just check in. So one of their main concerns from the SES was the location of the shed and the stormwater drainage. Just wanted to know how you guys are sure that it's not going to affect them in a sort of high rain event, that it's not going to all wash back into their shed and inundate them.
No, I understand that. So as part of the design, we haven't yet done a complete design of the village, but we have undertaken a stormwater study, and we have submitted that as part of our application. Our intention is that's an evolving document. Our intention will be that throughout the detailed design process, we will amend the design based on further review and further study of the stormwater management plan. As an initial look at it, what we'll be looking at is some retaining walls, potentially some soak wells and runoff areas, so that the water flows into the appropriate catchment areas.
And just to round that out, the stormwater management plan was lodged with the DA. No fundamental concerns were raised with the approach to stormwater management. And condition 6 of the development approval requires a subsequent stormwater management plan to be lodged and approved by the town in order to satisfy the approval. So whatever stormwater management plan is finalised and approved will be to the satisfaction of the town.
Okay, thank you. That's your question, Councillor? Yep, okay. Councillors, any other questions at all? No, okay. Thank you for your deputation today. Thank you very much, and we'll hear from you shortly. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay. We received a deputation from Thomas Weller and Alex Duddy from Pacifica Partnerships in relation to a confidential item 15.3 major land transaction lot 601. I will seek the guidance from councillors whether it's preferable to hear this deputation now and they would like to prefer to close the meeting to the public for this deputation behind closed doors, as the item is a confidential item. So we have offered a recommendation that we close the meeting to the members of the public as described under section 5.32 of the Local Government Act 1995 to consider item 15.1. Can I have a mover, please, to go behind closed doors?
So moved.
Thank you, Councillor Christensen. I have a seconder. Thank you, Councillor Turner. Is anyone against the motion? No, motion's carried, absolute majority. Thank you, gallery. I'd like to just remind you, if you just please leave the gallery while we go over this confidential item. Thank you very much. I'll close the gallery at 6:16 p.m. Thank you. We're moving on to item number 7, question from members without notice. Are there any questions from elected members? Yes, Councillor Blanco.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
It's okay.
Can I get a further clarification on your answer to Ms. Fisher tonight, where you said you were acting as mayor and a private business owner? What do you mean by that exactly?
Exactly what I said, Mr. Blanco. Next question.
Yeah,
Next question.
I'll have a heap of questions on this, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Keep on, okay.
So, Ms. Fisher referenced Holbin. So you're acting as the mayor and a private business owner in your dealings with Holbin, is that correct?
I've already answered that question already. Thank you, Mr. Blanco. Next question.
Is that correct, Mr. Mayor?
I've already answered that question, Mr. Blanco. Next question.
You've already answered it.
Yeah. Next question. Do you have any other questions?
Yes, I do, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
So if you've already answered that question, where have you answered it so I can look it up?
I've already answered it. Thank you. Next question, Mr. Blanco. Do you have any other questions, Mr. Blanco?
I have a heap of questions, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, Mr. Blanco.
So you still haven't answered my question?
I have answered that question already, Mr. Blanco. Next question, please.
Okay. Mr. Mayor, what stage is the 23-24 half-yearly review at? And when will it be presented to council?
The financial review?
Half-yearly, 23-24 half-yearly review, which is due in, it has to be done in December, and we have until March to present it to the Department of Local Government. So now, last year we didn't present that until the 5th month. So can I get a understanding of when council is going to be presented with the half-yearly review for 23-24?
Certainly, Mr. Blanco. I'll get Steve, the director, to answer that question for you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through the chair. The staff have actually commenced it and will continue to do so in January and February. It is a mid-year review, so it's undertaken on the accounts as of the 31st of December. And as the councillor pointed out, it is to be presented by the 31st of March. That's what's within the regs, and we're on track to do that.
Thank you.
Thank you. I requested the 21-22 list of total payments for the town of Port Hedland creditors, and last meeting I stated that that document was incorrect, and I haven't received a new document with the correct numbers. So can I get an understanding as to when I will get that?
I'll ask the director, Steve, to answer that for you.
Through the Mayor, having spoken afterwards, I explained to the councillor that the understanding in the way in which the question was asked was that it was around payments to creditors, and I had pointed out that we had excluded payments that related to staff deductions and councillors. The payments had been split for one financial year into two because of the transition of systems. So as far as I'm aware, the information that had been provided did relate to all payments made to creditors for suppliers of goods and services.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Mayor, I asked at the last meeting for the presentation you did at Holbin, and you said that's no problem. So why hasn't the council received that? Considering it's not too hard to issue the council with the presentation, considering that you've already presented it, so you must have the presentation.
Yeah, on its way. Thank you. Next question.
So when will we receive that presentation?
On its way, Mr. Blanco. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, can you give me a timeline as to when I will receive?
No, I will not,
that?
Mr. Blanco. Do you have another question, Mr. Blanco?
I do.
Okay, thank you.
Mr Mayor, has the town done a deal with Hoabin Group for any proposed developments and or construction within the town of Port Hedland, or any expressions of interest?
I'm not aware of, Mr Blanco.
Mr Mayor, can you pass that question over to the CEO so he can tell me whether we have sent out an EOI or there is any other proposals that Hoabin have agreed to with the town of Port Hedland?
I'm not aware of any deals done with the town and Hoabin. They are eligible, I believe, to apply for tenders as they are advertised.
Thank you.
Do you have any other?
I do, Mr Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Mr Blanco.
Mr Mayor, can you tell the council or tell us newly elected council members when or if the council has been informed that the town was looking to access the services of a foreign country to construct and build, the future housing needs or developments of Port Hedland?
I'm not aware of that, Mr Blanco. Thank you. Next question.
At the last meeting, you stated that you paid for the trip to Korea. Again, I'm just a little confused because you've stated that you have engaged with POSCO there. Why have you engaged with POSCO in your private capacity?
Why? I think the town's very, very important. I think POSCO has a very important role in the town. Thank you. Next question, Mr Blanco.
Yes, you didn't answer
Next
my
question,
question,
Mr Blanco.
Mr Mayor.
Mr.
Why
Blanco,
have you engaged with POSCO in your private capacity?
Mr Blanco, do you have any other questions other than that? Do you have another
That
question?
is my question.
I've already answered it. Thank you. Next question. If you have other questions, I'll go to other councillors.
Mr Mayor, no, I have more questions. Mr Mayor, if a deal is green-lighted by the state government in relation to POSCO and their development on the Badari Industrial Estate, which is a significant development, and it's also town changing, so we'll turn Port Hedland into a city.
Correct.
That's right. So considering that you have stated that you're dealing with POSCO in your private capacity, will you be declaring any interest in relation to any dealings with POSCO?
No, I won't. Thank you. Next question.
Mr Mayor, I asked a series of questions at the last council meeting and I have not received any answers to them. When will I be receiving the answers to all of my questions that I've asked relating to all of that significant stuff that I've asked?
In due course. Thank you, Mr Blanco.
Can you elaborate, Mr Mayor?
In due course, Mr Blanco, in due course.
It's been months now and I haven't received any answers.
Point of order through the chair.
Yes, can.
Can we please ask for some decorum back into this space? Although the answer may not be exactly what a member would like, I would like to ask that after a answer has been given, we move to the next question, please, because I can see you've got a fair few more to go. Otherwise, I'll be asking for this to be moved to the next item of business. So please keep it concise and to the point, and then we'll see how we go from there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor.
Yes, Mr Mayor, so can you answer my question?
I just said in due course. Thank you, Mr Blanco.
So I would like a time, Mr Mayor.
Mr Blanco, in due course. Okay.
A date would be nice.
Mr Blanco, in due course. We're going to move on.
Through the chair.
Thank you.
Through the chair.
Yep, let's move on. Thank you.
I'd like to move a procedural motion that this meeting moves to the next item of business as per section 12.1 of the procedural motion, subsection A.
Thank you, Councillor Christensen. Do a second to that? Yep, second. Thank you, Councillor Turner. It's a motion.
Again, disappointed that I didn't get the opportunity to just go back and go to the next order of business. It wasn't ahead, so while I do appreciate everyone has questions to ask, I'll ask that members, if we want to keep going, that we keep this business moving. We've got a massive agenda. Again, if this motion's up, please, I suggest that anybody who does have questions, email them in and we'll try and get some answers to them. Other than that, I just wish to move to the next order of business because we're not getting anywhere. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Christensen. Okay, I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour, moving to new business? 6. All those against? 6-2. Motion's carried. Thank you. Thank you, councillors. Item number 8, announced by the presiding member without discussion. The presiding members' meetings for the month of November 2023 are printed in the agenda. Item number 9, declaration from all members have given all due consideration to all matters contained within the business paper before the meeting. I invite all elected members to declare by a show of hands that have given due consideration to all matters contained within the agenda. Have a show of hands, please. Carried. Okay, thank you, councillors. Number 10, confirmation of previous minutes. Unconfirmed reports of the 29 November 2023 Ordinary Council meeting that were not available before the completion of the agenda. Minutes of the 29th November 2023 will be included in the 7th of February 2024 Ordinary Council meeting agenda. Before we move on to reports of communities and officers, I'll remind members of the public not to take any action on council's decision on the items of this evening's agenda in which they may have an interest until formally notified in writing by the town has been received. Discussions made at this council meeting may be revoked in line with Local Government Act 1995. Item number 11, reports from communities. 11.1, the Audit and Risk Compliance Committee, there is nil. Item number 12, reports from officers. We have a number of opportunity to move a number of officer recommendations en bloc this evening. These items are 12.1.1, Statement of Financial Activity November 2023. 12.1.4, minutes of the Audit and Risk Compliance Committee meeting held on 28th of November 2023. And 12.2.4, the Courthouse Gallery Report, first quarter 2023-24. 12.3.2, proposed land dedication of part lot 603 on depositor plan 407880, part...
Mr Mayor, given we have a declaration of interest on 12.3.2, can I suggest you not include that item?
12.3.2, okay. I'll take that one out, okay, that's fine, okay. Okay, 12.3.3, Active Transport Strategy, finally adoption. 12.3.4, Omni Scheme Amendment number 1 to Local Planning Scheme number 7, minor modification to the final adoption. 12.3.8, the Economic Development Diversification Fund, Economic Diversification Stream, Spectrum Health. 12.4.7, Waste Strategy Minor Review. 12.3.8. 12 point, oh, I've got 12.3.8 on.
Yeah, no, it's okay. We've added.
Oh, you've added one. Sorry. Okay. Okay. We've added an extra one in. Sorry. 12 point. Yeah. Okay. So we've got 12.7. Sorry. 12.3.7 Waste Strategy Minor Review. We have 12.3.6. Which on the screen? Yep. Oh, you changed it. Okay. Oh, you changed the numbers around. Okay. 12.4.2 RFT panel. 232405 panel pre-qualified suppliers and trades, and 12.4.4 RFT 232401 pre-qualified construction panel, and 12.4.7 waste miner strategy review. Can I have a mover please to put those all on block?
No, Mr Mayor, I'm against some of those.
Okay, which ones are you against, councillor?
12.1.1.
Is that all?
Hang on a sec. 12.3.4, 12.3.6, 12.3.8, that's it.
Okay. Okay, can I have a move on the balance of those?
Can we get that stated again, which ones we're moving on block?
Okay, so we're moving 12.1.4, 12.2.4, 12.3.2 has been taken out, 12.3.3, taken out was 12.3.4, taken out was 12.3.8, 12.4.7 is in, 12.3.6 is out, 12.4.2 is in, and 12.4.4 is in. Should be on the screen.
Jeez. So are these ones all on block 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of them?
That's correct, yes. Are you happy with
Just
that?
give me 1 minute. Yes.
They're on the screen for you, Councillor. Are you happy with those, councillors?
Yes, that's fine.
Okay, thank you. Can I have a move then to put...
I'll move that.
Move, thank you, Councillor Blanco. I have a seconder, please. Thank you, Councillor Butson. Is anyone against the motion? Motion is carried. Thank you, councillors. Okay, so it's okay. Okay, 12.1.1. Oh, sorry, still typing. Sorry. Okay, you okay? Yeah, okay. Okay, thank you, councillors. 12.1 corporate services, 12.1.1 statement of financial activity for November 2023. This requires a simple majority vote that Council 1 receive the statement of financial activity for a period ending 30 November 2023 as shown in attachment 1. And 2, receive the material variance report activity for the period ending 30 November 2023 as shown in attachment 2. And 3, note that accounts paid under delegated authority for the period ending 30 November 2023 as shown in attachment 3. And 4, receive the purchasing credit card statements for the period ending 30 November 2023 as shown in attachment 4 and 5. Can I have a mover, please?
Mr. Mayor, I have some requests on this item. I'd like the information on creditor 10198, 11033, 11083, 11115 in relation to the payments made in this in the attachments in this agenda item. And Mr. Mayor, I requested the same thing at the last meeting, and I didn't receive any info in relation to the request that I made.
Okay, we'll get that to you, councillor.
Thank you. I'll move the item.
Officer regulation. Okay.
Yep.
Can I have a seconder, please? Councillor Butson, thank you. Is anyone against the motion? Motion's carried. majority. Thank you, councillors. Okay. 12.1.2 RFT 2324-06 Data Migration Services. We have offers recommended before us that requires a simple majority vote. The council, one, acknowledges and endorses the tender process undertaken in respect of RFT 2324-06 Data Migration, and two, acknowledges and endorses a section of the preferred tender to provide that data immigration services support of the technical one council implementation of the town of Port Hedland as an integrated value surplus in your agenda over the full option contract period of 2.5 years. And three, authorise...
Mr Mayor, can you restate number two?
Number two, acknowledges and endorses the section of the preferred tender to provide the data of migrant services support for Technology One Council implementation of the town of Port Hedland at the integrated value surplus and your agenda over the fully option contract period of 2.5 years. And three, authorise the Chief Executive Officer to negotiate, vary and execute the administration and legal instruments into the contract between the town of Port Hedland and the preferred tender, commencing as soon as practical for the vision of data migrant services for the initial period of 2 years as a discretionary option period for an extra 6 months. Can I have a mover, please?
Mr Mayor, I have some questions on this.
Yes, Mr.
I have a few. Can we find out why it's a simple majority, considering the cost? So are you asking for adjustment in the budget, for the funds, or I'm a little bit confused. It's over the delegation, so why is it have we changed it?
I'll just get...
It's not a change in budget, councillor, but you're right, the value would put it beyond delegation, which is why the report comes to council, but I don't believe it requires an absolute because there's no change to budget.
And just to add further, section 6.8 does state absolute majority in the Act.
Okay, so the simple majority is okay, is that what you're telling me? Yes?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
No, I have a few questions on this one. This is an interesting item. So, why have we now got additional costs associated with the Tech One system implementation? This work looks to me like, this is the basic fundamental process of transitioning from Synergy software to the Tech One system. But it doesn't look like this cost was accounted for in the original tender, and that being data migration. So can I get a clarification as to why we are putting this to council, considering that I would have thought data migration would have been the main aspect of transitioning from Synergy to Tech One?
I'll get Steve to answer that for you.
Thank you. And through the Mayor, data migration is most certainly included as within the scope of works of moving from Synergy Soft across to the Tech One platform. And it's been done in multiple parts because this is a enterprise-wide application. It would have been nice for us to have been able to find local people to be able to do this for us with the skills, but it just hasn't been possible at all. There's a number of councils also moving systems, so there's some scarcity in trying to find suitable consultancy services to provide this. And so because of that increased demand for these services, the costs to engage with them has increased, and that has put some pressure onto the project's budget.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, like I said, I've got a series of questions on this. This is significant. So, why was the council not informed about the considerable changes to the contract? The RFT agreement by the council in item 11.1.3 of the award of the RFT in 2021. The number for the RFT is 2021-022 on the 30th of June 2021, and it was 2.68 million. But in that item, the number 2, and I didn't write it down, so I'll just go off the top of my head here. Number 2 recommendation in that item was that the decision authorises the CEO to execute the contract together with any variations or amendments. So I'm assuming that the CEO has authorised the changes due to that section of the council's decision. Am I correct in saying that?
Steve, do you want to answer?
Through the chair, I'll take part of that on notice because I'd like to go back and check the tender register. This project has multiple aspects to it, and I shouldn't be assuming, but I'm guessing that tender you were referring to is probably the one that is directly with Tech One. They are not engaged to do the data migration, or maybe they did some parts of it, but not in its entirety. This tender is for data migration, which is in response to later parts of the project, which is a multi-year project. They'll be helping us, for example, with the likes of rating and property, which we're still using the old system for. So we need their services to help us. That tender you're referring to was probably the one that was actually for the Tech One platform itself.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'm aware of that, and the wording in that item leads me to believe that the migration should have been incorporated within that cost of 2.6. So if the question has been taken on notice, I'll wait for the reply. So I'm going to get a further reply once we check the item that was approved on the 30th of June. Mr. Mayor.
Through the chair, there's nothing further to add because I've just had a quick look at the tender register. It was for the platform and part of the early data migration services in itself. Is that correct?
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Mayor. So the way I see this item, the original tender in 30th of June is related to this item that we're talking about now. It is for the migration of Synergy information to Tech One. So I am wanting to know whether there is a requirement to comply with section 3.59, major trading undertaken, and regulation 9 that identifies an exempt undertaking as being under 5 million or 10% of the lowest operating expenditure. But, clearly in the report, we have a project that is going to spend $8.5 million on this proposal. So, have we complied with all aspects of section 3.59? And specifically for tonight's agenda item 3.598, which effectively says that a local government can only continue carrying on a trading undertaking after it has become a major trading undertaking if it has complied with the requirements of the section. So can I get some clarification on that?
Steve, would you like to answer that for us? Thank you.
Through the chair, just sort of reading the definition of trading undertaking, in part with a view to producing a profit. That's not what this project's about.
Yes, but when reading legislation, we also read the next section, or it says, would you like to read the next section?
Or any other activity, but that is in the context of providing a service to the
Or
community.
any other activity. So I would like to get some clarification on that, because we have an item here that's increased in cost by 400%, you know, from the original quote of 2.6 million. And I don't see how it complies with that section, but I would like to get that clarified before we agree, you know, to a $1 million contract, but also an increase in the original contract of 6 million. Unless the council has authorised this previously.
Steve, would you like to answer
Yeah,
that I don't know about.
Thank you. Through the chair. This was envisaged as part of the original budget's proposal that went through in June 2021, and it was always envisaged that it was going to be a multi-party effort in order to move us across from one system to another. Tech One itself was unable to, well, put in a bid for this part of the project, and they were unsuccessful as the recommended vendor rated more favourably.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
Mr. Mayor, my questions have not been clarified. I would.
Would you like to take those questions on notice?
If we take the questions on notice, we'll have to lay it on the table. Well, that's my suggestion. And it's up to the council whether they want to do that. You know, if they have looked at, you know, previous agenda items and they fully understand what's going on here, I'm happy for it to be discussed.
Yeah. Okay, get someone to move the item. No, no one's to move it. Okay. Councillor Blanco, you have any more questions on the item? No. Yep. Okay.
But I would probably propose that you know, we lay it on the table and we get answers to my questions and whether we're complying with section 3.59, all of section 3.59, and also the regs that cover section 3.59, because I'm unclear as to whether we are.
Sorry, Tom, do you want to answer that for us?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through the chair, can I just clarify that a trading undertaking under the Local Government Act is defined as an activity carried on by a local government with a view to producing a profit. So a recent example of that, and that includes major land transactions, is the work the town has been doing in relation to Kingsford Smith and the subdivisions of those areas. In this case, the town is not looking to make a profit. It's simply purchasing a service.
Okay, thank you. Does that answer your question, Councillor?
Well, I disagree, and I would like some clarification on whether we're complying with that section.
From the director, I think we'll take it on notice. Yeah, okay. Yeah, then we'll move on, yeah. Okay, next item. Should be 12.1.3. Okay, 12.1.3, council vacancy, office of council. We have office recommendation before us that requires absolute majority vote that council, 1, approves the cost estimated provided by the Electoral Commission as per attachment 1 and authorises the CEO to enter into a written agreement on these terms. And 2, declare in accordance with section 4.20-4 of the Local Government Act 1995 of the West Australian Electoral Commission to be responsible for the conduction of the extraordinary election. And 3, decide in accordance with section 4.61-2 of the Local Government Act 1995 that the method conducting the extraordinary election will be postal vote, and 4, pursuant to section 6.8 of the Local Government Act 1995, the increase of the 2023-2024 budget by $73,750 to be funded the extraordinary election. Can I have a mover, please? Thank you, Councillor. Yes, sure, yes.
So my question is the 73,750 inclusive of GST, or is GST exempt?
I would say be exempt. Let's just check.
Through the chair, the prices are exempt.
Okay, thank you. Did you move that, Councillor? You'll move it? Okay, thank you, Councillor Hudson. Will have a seconder, please? Thank you, Councillor Turner. Is there anyone against the motion? Motion's passed, absolute majority. Thank you, Councillor. Yeah, well, it's done. Yeah. That one's done. 4.1 is done. Yep, 12.2.1. Yeah, 12.4 is already done. Okay. Yeah, 12.1.4 is already done. It's part of the block. It's on block, yeah. So move over to our 12.2.1 community services for the 2023-2026 Town of Port Hedland Safety Plan. We have offered a recommendation before us that requires a simple majority vote. The Council, 1, notes the progress of actions for the 2020-2023 Community Safety Plan as per attachment 1, and 2, adopts the Town of Port Hedland Community Safety Plan 2023-26 as per attachment 2, and 3, notes that the Town of Port Hedland Community Safety Plan 2023-2026 supersedes any previous plan. Can I have a mover, please? Thank you, Councillor Turner. A seconder, please. Thank you, Councillor Rebella. Thank you. Is anyone against the motion?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'm against.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. Councillor Turner, take the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will speak into the microphone because often I'm told I don't. So I would say that what's been placed on the table in terms of the community safety plan is a more focused plan specific to those issues that relate directly to community safety issues. The previous plan that was put forward that we had, whilst it was well presented, it was very global in its scope. Had a lot of motherhood. I think what this plan does is bring us back to the core business of community safety. It outlines four priorities: safe spaces, community education, capacity building, meaningful partnerships, innovative response. I would note that within the plan there is, under priority 1, safe spaces, it actually talks to CCTV, the review of that, the maintenance of that, and the strategic placement of those things. So it goes to the question from the chamber earlier by Ms Fisher. So there are critical elements. The part of what I like about this plan is that the two elements, priority 3 and priority 4, goes to meaningful partnerships and innovative response. And I think the key work that is needed is that piece of around collaboration, where we have a plethora of agencies, funded agencies, both state, federal, and the non-government sector. The challenge is always how do we get them to work together? We met with the police on Monday afternoon as a council. That was an invitation to all councillors. And the police spoke to 3 key issues. They talked about family violence, they talked about alcohol-fuelled violence, and they talked about youth offending. And I think what this plan does is allow us to tailor and nuance those responses, our plans, to those issues and bring in the partners that are needed. So on that basis, I would suggest very strongly that this plan is passed. So that's my statement. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Turner. Councillor Bella.
Hi. So Councillor Turner has spoken a fair bit. I'd just like to add a little bit to that. So this has been, this plan has been, consultative, has been a study, there has been a study by an expert from UWA. It is very integrated to all the other plans that we have. And like Councillor Turner mentioned, it is in partnership with local organizations. Also, I would like to bring to your notice that as priority 4, we are looking at 2 local problems where we can then measure what the impact has been. So I feel like we have laid out the steps and now we need to implement those. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Bella. Anyone against?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Councillor.
So why would I vote against the community safety plan? Well, it makes the council talk about it, because now you have to talk about it, okay? So we can't pass these things and not talk about it, because it's a significant, a plan, and it actually affects everybody in this town. So now I get to say what I want to say. So the biggest issue in our town with subjects like this is they just get passed and nobody talks about it. So I've been on council for about 8 weeks and I'm dismayed already. The same community safety stuff that I was talking about 5 years ago is much worse today in Hedland. The improvements that we implemented 5 years ago, they're all gone. And the merry-go-round of tired ideas keeps spinning. So, our plan, 1.1, maximising the utility of CCTV. I'll put a question mark around that, because what are we going to do? Are we going to employ a FTE and monitor the system ourselves? I don't think so. That's not what we did. It's not what we did previously. Okay, the police monitor those cameras. So, that to me is just a throwaway line. Maximising the, the CCTV. Well, we don't. 2.2, facilitate community reporting on safety hazards and disorder. Are we going to start a hotline other than the 000 police line? I don't know. I don't think we're going to, be taking calls and reporting hazards. That's the police's job. So in my opinion, this is a, a feel-good report that talks about the issues we already do, as a local government, and there's lots of them there, and, they're good things that we do. But it also talks about a lot of stuff that we have no control over. And, I've talked about this many, many times, and I've got absolutely slammed for it, but the biggest issue in Hedland is excessive alcohol consumption within the family home that creates all manner of social and community problems. And one of those things to point out is kids on the street because of the alcohol-related dysfunction within their home. So when people say, oh, my car's been broken into, all my windows are smashed, I've been, my house has been broken into, well, yeah, if the kids are on the street, they're going to do that sort of stuff because they can't go home because there's total dysfunction within their home. And we see it and we turn a blind eye to it. The amount of alcohol that is being consumed in the residential area of South Hedland is enormous, and the rubbish that gets thrown out in the road and the music that goes on all night long, sort of thing. We know it's happening. Now, the state government is the lead organisation through the police, education, social services, health, child protection. And this problem's been around since I was a kid here in Hedland. And, it's an issue from, all the way from Geraldton all the way around to, Queensland. And tiptoeing around these issues with reports like this will ensure the issues remain because it's just a talk fest. The real decisions that need to be made should be, like an aggressive approach to, no tolerance approach to the government agencies and NGOs that get millions of dollars in funding and have no measurable outcomes to show the real community improvement that they're trying to achieve. And until we take that no tolerance approach and expose the NGOs and government agencies that do nothing apart from warm their office chairs, and we need to hit them in the media as being ineffective. We'll continue to accept reports and pat ourselves on the back while the kids in real need roam the streets of our town because of the extreme dysfunction in their homes. And the biggest issue with that is we lose another generation to the welfare system and jail.
Thank you, Mr. Blanco. Is there anyone else for? Yes, Councillor.
So while I do agree with Councillor Blanco on a couple of notes there, I think when taken at face value, you might have missed the point on a few of the priorities, such as the maximising of utility of CCTV. While you're right there, we don't have control over that. We don't have people watching them. We can't do anything in that sense. But that's why it dives down in further detail inside the plan of providing more partnering and funding with measurables and things like that. So it's not just the just maximising CCTV. It breaks it down as well as the facilitating reporting. Like I agree, we can't have a hotline where we fix everything, but the details that are in here do work. As much as I possibly would like to see a bit more in there, but I believe in what is in there. And just touching on what you said about the alcohol consumption and kids roaming the street and everything, I do believe this plan does go in the favour of stopping that, because from my belief, what I believe about this plan is that it isn't to stop the crime from happening that we're seeing now. It's more around changing the behaviours and breaking the cycle into the future. As we've said heard it a few times this week that, you know, the same problems that we're dealing with now, we've been dealing with for the last 20 years. And we heard from the police on the Wednesday that it's usually the same group of core offenders, and the police know that. So there is a lot in here about drilling down on that and getting into the psyche and trying to break those habits as far as the behaviours and the background and the leading indicators into it. So it's more than a crime reduction plan. It's a behaviour and trying to break the cycle and make a change for the long term rather than the right here and now. So that's why I'm for it as far as it is. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Is anyone else against? Anyone else for? Yes, Councillor Christensen.
I'm not going to harp on, well, first and foremost, thanks everyone for the debate again. I'm not going to harp on what's already been said. Excited by the possibilities that this new format of a plan that we're looking into. First and foremost, again, I'll give a kudos to the administration on taking a leap of faith to really trial a new strategy. For those who are listening online, those live, and those that are keen on having a read of this, it definitely suggests you pick it up. And Councillor Blanco, I agree with you. I think the conversation pieces are very important, and thank you for going against it so we can have this debate. But second, I think the next important thing is the debate and the conversations that we take outside of this room, outside of this table, and into the community. I'll really suggest to everybody that is watching here tonight to have a read and definitely look into the Section 4. Section 4 here, which was the innovative response framework, is the new section of this plan that actually has some exciting possibilities into it. And I think we need to talk about the devil in the room and be very open and honest to the community, saying this is not going to fix all of our problems. We as council are not sitting here suggesting tonight that this document's going to fix everything. But I do think this is definitely a step in the right direction, and I actually look forward to the continuous improvement that this document will now hopefully encourage us to look into each and every day that we operate. So, like a lot of the councils around the table today, I'm very excited and do support this motion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Is anyone else against? Anyone else for? Councillor Turner, sum up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And again, I don't disagree with a lot of what Councillor Blanco has said, and we have sat at tables together and shared some of those frustrations. These are wicked problems, and there is no magic bullet, and there is no easy fix. This is generational, it is systemic, it is structural. These are the real challenges. What the plan does offer, though, is it takes the council and it takes the administration into a space where it can lead. And in the past, I would say that possibly that role may have been more passive in the past. But what we've got the opportunity here now is to be real agents for change. We've allocated resources. If I just touch on the CCTV, we've got a significant budget that has been dedicated to that. But again, CCTV is in no way a solution to the challenges that we've got. As I said earlier, the real challenge will be the collaboration piece, how we work together, how we work with the NGOs, the state government, the feds, the resource sector. We are active in those areas, but what we need now, using this plan, is that framework of outcomes. We need to work and nail down some clear outcomes, social outcomes, that we can then negotiate with those stakeholders and with our community and bring it to bear. So I don't disagree that we need to challenge agencies at all levels, but we are seeking innovation, we are seeking partnership. So on that basis, that's why I think we need to approve this, and I thank Councillor Blanco for going against, because it does generate that conversation, and thank you for everyone's comments.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Turner. Okay, we'll now put it to the vote. All those in favour? Motion is carried, absolute majority. Thank you, councillors. 12.2.2. 12.2.2. RFT 232410. The single tent-like structure and associated cultural programs. We have office recommendation before us that requires a simple majority vote. The council awards the RFT 2324-10 single tent-like structure associated with a cultural program to the performer tender for the delivery of event management services to the amount stipulated in the agenda of 2024, including options for annual extensions as a direction for the town of the maximum period and additional 2-year period with an increase, with a CPI increase of 6%. Can I have a mover, please?
Mr. Mayor, can I have a question on this before we...
You have a question for it? Yes?
Yes. Is there a clause in the contract to terminate the contract if the tenderer doesn't come up to standard?
Joe, that's your area. You talk to that?
Can I just ask a clarification on your question? Do you mean at the end of the first year, after they've delivered the initial year, in order to progress?
Yeah, there's options. There's options for extension.
Yes, so that's inbuilt in the contract.
It is inbuilt? Thanks. Mr. Mayor, I'll move that.
Okay, move as Councillor Blanco, second by Councillor Butson.
Through the chair, if I can.
Yes, Councillor.
Request an amendment.
Yes, what is your amendment, Councillor?
So keep the recommendation as it is, but change the last line where it talks about the increase, so where it says 2 years with a CPI increase of 6%. I'd like to see if we can move that to, for the 2 years with a increase of CPI, in brackets, ABS-WA index, close bracket, please.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Christensen.
Yes, so ABS, little dash in the middle, WA, spacebar, index, close bracket.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Christensen.
Through the chair,
yes.
It might be worthwhile to actually clarify what that actually means.
ABS. Yep.
So it's pretty much the stance where we can say this is what it's. They provide a dollar, they provide a figure that we can go to. And
that's all right. Okay, thank you, Councillor Christensen. I'll deal with the officer's recommendation first.
Through the chair, just to clarify, is essentially referencing what is the Australian Bureau of Statistics, what they say the CPI rate is, and that's how we should gauge the increase, yeah? Okay.
Okay. So do Councillor Christensen. Yep. Going to move on the amendment. Move Councillor Christensen. Move it. Second on the amendment. Councillor Rance. Is anyone against that motion? Okay. Yep. Okay. Councillor Christensen.
Right. Very simple. I don't think we should be putting specific figures in, being the fact that CPI itself is a very changing dinosaur. 6% currently is above what I've seen to be the standard quo for CPI currently. So I think if we go to a index that is regimented for the time that we are in, I think it'll be a closer, I guess, resemblance of what we are requesting at the time. So that's what I'm happy to. That's why I'm happy to put that forward. So thanks.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Christensen. Councillor Rance.
Yeah, I'll probably just say what Ash said, but in much simpler terms. It's I'd like to see it being more flowable, not locked into something so strict from the get-go into the future. So yeah, just having the ability to go with the times a bit better.
Great, thank you. Is anyone against that motion?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
I don't think it makes a material difference, so I probably should have said yes to it, but, why change the officer's recommendation? I don't see any point in doing it. There's a variance anyway in the amount that we give, and you would have heard the administration talk about that. You know, there is an allowance for a variance in there, but anyway, that's all.
Okay.
I just don't agree with it, that's all.
Okay, thank you, councillor. Is anyone else for? Anyone against? Councillor Christensen?
No, everyone right, thank you.
Okay, take it, now put it to the vote. All those in favour? 7. Was against? Motion's carried. Second one. Yep. Thank you, councillors. Amendment motion, yeah. Okay, we now do with the amended recommendation. Can I get a mover for that? A mover? On blanco. Is anyone against? No. Motion's carried. Yep. Yep. Motion's carried. Recommendation 2. That Council 1 award the optional public engagement workshop associated with the event management services to XXX to the amount of XXX, including option of the annual extensions at the direction of the town's maximum period for additional 2 years with a CPI increase of 6%. And 2, include a full amount of XXX to the public engagement workshop of the 2024-25 annual budget. This requires a majority.
So moved, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Blanco, the seconder. Thank you, Councillor Turner. Is anyone against the motion? Okay. Councillor Blanco. Speak to the motion.
Did someone vote against it?
Yes. That's why I asked you to talk to it.
Okay, okay. Hang on, let me just look at my notes. I thought that was...
A short thing?
Yeah, hang on. Can we move the screen down? What's the number? Move it down a bit so I can see the item number. 12.2.2, okay. Okay, that's interesting. So the council would have approved this in the budget, so I don't see, you know, if there was going to be any objections to it, it should have been done in the budget process. You know, if you didn't like the, you know, the amounts or spending any money on community events. But this is definitely going to be an area where, you know, we get criticised whether it's done right or whether it's done wrong. But I'm unclear, you know, as to why we would be voting against it unless somebody didn't want to spend that sort of money. And this one here, actually, I did attend the Spinifex, and this act came over from I think they're from Eastern States, but I spoke to these people because they needed to borrow a saxophone, so I lent them one of mine to do the act. Because, would you believe that when they were in the UK, all of their equipment got stolen? So yeah, so they came here and they were actually on the bones of their butt, right, to and to try and get the event going, they had to scrape all sorts of, you know, or make all favours and all sorts of stuff to actually get the event going. So they did a really good job in that respect. Now, you know, there was some issues, you know, with the event, and I know the council has spoken about, you know, there was problems, you know, with the you know, the event, but you know, they did very well to do what they did, and you know, nobody's going to go into a tent in the heat of the day. All right, so the daytime wasn't really, you know, that good, but at night it was packed out. So, you know, again, I suppose, you know, if we work around that and try and get the event into the cooler times in the tent, or do some sort of cooling within the tent, you know, a lot more people will attend during the day. You know, and there's options for us to do that, to actually make the event more popular within the community. But you know, the problems they were having were, you know, the background amenity, the sort of stuff that, you know, we don't see, or the public doesn't see, you know, like change rooms and, you know, toilets and stuff like that. They had to walk right across the oval and go over into the new building sort of thing. Wasn't really, you know, that good when you're trying to put events on. But let me just say that, you know, we get criticised whether we do it right or we do it wrong. And if we haven't done something that is, you know, to standard, then let's improve it rather than, you know, try and shut it down. And we did this in 2017 when we were spending huge amounts of money, you know, with a previous supplier to the event. We were spending, you know, well over $1 million. And we brought it back to, you know, ratepayers not paying a cent, and the industry was taking the tab on this sort of stuff. So, you know, we've got a lot of work to do, and, you know, our events, you know, should only be improving, and if we don't like the events, then, you know, the time to input would be well before a decision is being made, like tonight. Thanks.
Yes, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Turner.
So I share a lot of those sentiments with Councillor Blanco. So this is about continuous improvement. What I like about the recommendation too is that it's a commitment to public engagement, providing workshops for the public to actually give us direct feedback, to be a part of the decision making, to provide influence as to what they want to see, how they want it presented. The Spiegel tent was an excellent addition to the Spinifex last year. I didn't see it, unfortunately, because I was working away, but the feedback I got was, you know, was very, very positive. And so, you know, what it does, it enhances the event, it broadens the opportunity for the acts that we can, you know, invite, and expands that, you know, cultural engagement. You know, it brings in acts that we wouldn't normally see, particularly in regional WA. And by providing a mechanism for feedback, for engagement, I think that's a really important feature. And I think what I'd like to see, you know, is that this is a way of working that defines how town of Port Hedland does business. So I think that's an important step. I think it's a step in the right direction. So I think it's a good addition. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Turner. Anyone against?
Before we go against, can I just have a point of clarification through yourself, Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
We are talking about recommendation number 2, correct?
Correct, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah,
right.
Councillor.
Thanks again for the debate. A little bit confused on the relevance on the debate points that have just been brought up for the positive on this. Again, recommendation number 2 that I can read clearly outlines nothing to do with the Spiegel tent itself. It's again, obviously, it's going to be an addition to it, but I want to draw some reference to again. It's fundamentally of what we're talking about, continuous improvement and et cetera, et cetera. Yes, I agree that the Spiegel tent was a success. Yes, I agree that the Spiegel tent was well utilised by the community. My only concern currently is that we're seeming to get a regular behaviour, and I've said this previously in other items that have come up very similarly, is by that we've got a habit by thinking that to improve means that we have to dig deeper into our pockets. This is where I want to start challenging ourselves to understand how we can still improve without having to go above a budget. So I'll draw a reference to the actual agenda item that is in there. And it states very clearly that the supplier were also requested to include additional prices for add-on services. So my challenge here is, again, is nothing to do with the Spiegel tent. It's nothing to do with that concept. It's purely about going, right now, we have a brand new functionality to this event. It is only 1 year old. So in order to have continuous improvement, you first must go through the learning journey of understanding what is happening currently. Otherwise, you'll be on a continuous spiral of just going, throw more money. So my suggestion to the council will be to allow this function to go through its first recommendation, which is to continue with the Spiegel tent as it was designed, and then wait for some time before we start to make any more adjustments and changes to an already exorbitant budget that's been allocated. Bear in mind that in 2 years' time, in the space of 1 year, we've doubled the budget for this event. So again, just be mindful on how often we want to keep throwing more money at a situation. So again, I will reiterate what everyone has said about Spiegel tent. Yes, I agree. It was a great event that everyone loved. So, but again, I'm just against the fact that I don't want to spend any more money currently, no matter how big or little the dollar value is, on a brand new concept that we haven't really seen what is actually it can provide itself before we go any further. So that's just my 2 cents on it. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Christensen. Anyone else for? Yes, Councillor. Yes.
Mr. Mayor, if you may allow, I'd like a clarification first, and
Yes,
then I'll
certainly,
speak
yes.
for.
Yep.
All right. So clarification from the director.
Yep.
So the public engagement workshop, will that be conducted in the same space?
We have not formalised the locations of the workshop as of yet. However, there will be a number of options available to the community. So the workshops could be indeed held in the tent itself, but could also be held at other locations throughout town. There's a possibility to hold them, for example, at the JD in South Headland or at the new Milpaguguma Community Centre across the road.
Right. Thank you for that.
Point of the chair, sorry. Can I just point, just through the chair?
Yes, sir. Yep.
Can I be corrected? A point of clarification should be made to a member of the group who is debating by introducing other information after debate has started. Now will, in my opinion, may change the debate factors and how the debate should be had from what's been presented previously.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Okay. So, yes, I'll allow it. It's okay. Yep.
All right. So I would like to speak for.
Yep.
Now, this event was very successful. It was very family friendly. It was popular among the children. Yes, the costs have increased from before, but from the years prior. But not for this particular event, but for Spinifex as a whole. Yes, they have increased, but the services we have provided have also increased. Now, this provider that we are looking at has now successfully delivered 1 year. And so it just makes sense to go ahead with that for the next year, but to also give them the opportunity to provide additional services. And so definitely additional services would come at an additional cost. And I am in agreement with you that we need to watch what we are spending. But in this case, it is for the benefit of our community that regionally deserves that benefit. So that's why I'm for it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Anyone else against? Yes,
Yeah,
Councillor.
I'll go against. As everyone else has said, I'm definitely not against the Spiegel tent in a whole. I think it's a great factor, and as much as I would love to have the additional services as well, I just don't know if it is worth risking going over budget for. As we've said, it is all working out, and it is extra money and everything, and I just don't want to see the sort of the integrity of the Spinifex spree in the outer, everything else that isn't included in the Spiegel tent sort of have to suffer just because to get those extra things. Now, I know on paper it sort of works out as far as I'm aware on the money as I know it, but just in the increase of the costs over the last 5 years of the rest of the Spinifex spree have increased over the last 5 years, year to year. It's been like a median increase of about 34%. So if we can sort of expect that again this year, and we go with recommendation 2, that'll put us at about $70,000 over if the costs increase like they have done in the past, year to year. That's my biggest worry is that I have no doubt that we can deliver it with the included thing as well, and come in under budget. It's just those unforeseen things that happen, like it did last year, like we found out, and it increased the overall cost. It sort of comes back to, you know, we have a budget and we should be sticking to it. And I agree when things come up, there is ways to increase the budget and ways to do that. But I'm sort of in the thought of we'll get the Spiegel tent, yes. Do we need the extra add-ons? Probably not if we can't afford it. That's sort of the way that I'm looking at it. Is it's a great thing, yes, and I would like to see it, but not if it's going to come at a cost of going over budget and spending money unnecessarily, I suppose. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Is anyone else for? Anyone else against? Councillor Blanco, sum up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm glad that council members are looking at the costs, because you know I like to look at the costs and the numbers, but to me this is insignificant. You know, there are a lot of other costs that we need to be looking in depth, that are tens of millions. Okay, so that's great. I'm not going to talk too much about this, but I'm going to tell you another story, because I already agree with this. And the guy that borrowed my saxophone was doing some weird stuff with it, okay, because it was one of those erotic bloody, plays. And I've had to take my saxophone to Perth and get it professionally cleaned, so I can use it again, because I couldn't, after I seen the video, I couldn't touch it. So anyway, but there you go. That's all.
Thank you for those kind words, Mr. Blanco. Thank you. We'll now put it to the vote. All those in favour? 6. Those against? 2. Motion's carried. Thank you, councillors. Okay, moving on to 12.2.3, RFT 23-24-11 Major Music and Arts Festival.
Through the chair, before we continue.
Yes, councillor.
I wish to move a alternate motion. However, sorry, not move it. I'd like to put it forward as a foreshadowed motion, please.
Okay.
And give me 2 seconds. I've just lost my email, so I'm just trying to find. So they requested to foreshadow a motion, alternate motion. Give me 2 seconds. I'll see if I can find it in my emails. And that motion will be that Council 1 rejects all submissions for RFT 2324-11 Major Music Festival and Arts Festival. Requests part of 2023-2024 major event budget to be allocated to plan and design a major event with a long-term self-sustaining focus and commitment to recommence in the 24-25 financial year. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, councillor. We'll deal with the officer recommendation.
Can we put it up on the
Screen?
screen
Is
so
that?
councillors are aware of just what it is?
Can I get some clarification on that? I just missed that. Is that an amended?
Foreshadow.
Oh, foreshadowed.
Yes.
Okay, righto.
We'll just put it up on the screen. So. Is there a mover for councillors?
No. Start with the officer.
Officer recommendation first, yeah. Is that what you want, councillor? Is that what it is? That was it?
I think it's in 3 parts. Councillor, 2 parts?
Two parts? Okay. Okay, so we'll give it officer's recommendation. For us, it requires a simple majority vote that Council 1 award RFT 2324-11 Major Music Festival, Arts Festival and deliver of the community-led capacity building program Separable portion 1 to the preferred tender to the amount as stipulated in the year agenda 2024, including options for annual extensions at the direction of the town for a maximum period of addition of 2 years with CPI increase percentages. And 2, reject all submissions for RFT 23-24-11, the main event, separate portions 2, 3 and 4. And 3, reaffirms the commitment to establish a Arts and Culture Plan 2023-27 and bring more live music and performing arts to Hedland. And 4, commits to explore and support opportunities for sponsorship agreements in accordance with the Arts and Culture Plan 2023-27 to invest and deliver a diverse mix of live music and arts opportunity in Hedland throughout 2024. Can I have a mover, please?
I'll move that, Mr. Mayor.
Move it, Mr. Blanco. Thank you. Seconder, Councillor Butson. So, anyone against? Okay, Councillor Backlow.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, again, this has been approved in the budget. It's something that we do every year. And if the council doesn't like these sort of events, they should be, outlining what they want, within the budget process leading up to, the approval of the budget, and throughout the year as well, and well before an item like this comes to council. Because, like I said previously, if we don't do these sort of events, we get heavily criticised. People expect it. But cancelling or reducing the event, creates community outrage. And that's the only way I can describe it. So, I'm not supporting anything that, changes it, or reduces it, without, having a really good understanding of why. I don't like going to these events anyway, the major music festival, because I don't like the fact that, we're serving alcohol. But, there is 2 sections, and I do go to the non-alcoholic side and watch the, the drunk people make fools of themselves. It's quite entertaining. But objecting to something like this, will create some, heavy backlash for us. So I think we should just move ahead with it, get it done, and if we don't like, the events or the way that it's been put forward, we need to be looking at other people, managing them, improve it year on year rather than, reduce the events that people expect. And that they've been happening for years. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Button.
Sorry. I actually think that we do need to go with it. I think there would be a big backlash. I think there is actually room for improvement where the councillors around the table can have the discussions with the corporate services and, go forward with the things that can. I think by actually issuing it to the event management team and proposal for it to be over whatever weeks it's going to be, I think that actually takes a lot of the work away from the staff, because we're actually paying for them to actually do these functions and provide everything. They actually have been in progress. I've actually had a meeting with the director and also David, that they've actually, after our brief council talk about getting in different people and looking who's travelling around Australia, that they actually are now looking into getting some numbers up here to make this a wow factor event, and if we're going to do it, we have to do it better. I think the price that we're actually paying for these people to run these events, and they're very capable of doing it, and they do a very good job in town. They are a local business, and we're actually supporting local businesses. And I feel that I think now over the next 6 weeks, it's up to us as councillors when we start back on working with Jo and her team into saying what we would like. And if it's going to work out, they come back to us with it. And also that if, you know, people are not happy about it, then we need to actually now be asking them and making an agreement with them that we have a time frame that, okay, we'll meet back and, you know, can we have a report back from this, because this was one of the issues with the previous event, that we actually have a report back within about 6 weeks and not leave it till it's, as Camilla has said, to leave it till a council meeting. You know, this is something that should have been done before. I think we've got to do it. If we don't do it, and I think it could be a wow factor, we have 3 big major things that are going to happen in Port Hedland next year, and I think that we need to put it on the map and actually now work on it.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Button. Is anyone against? Councillor Christensen.
Right, I'll start the debate by acknowledging, but then also talking through some of the points that have already been brought up. So, a throwaway line to sit there and say that we've been doing this every year, been doing it for years. I'll draw a reference. We have been doing this for 1 year. This is the first. Last year was the first time we did the major music festival / arts festival, etc. And that was in my opinion, a knee-jerk reaction to the failing of the previous attempt we made, which was a food event. So I'm speaking here not through the proponents that have been brought forward, not through the idea, not through the suggestion, and not through the fact that we don't want events here. I know I'm a big bad grizzly bear that always sits up here and says no, 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 but on the same fact, I've been here for 2 years now, and unfortunately, I've seen a repetitive behaviour here. Last year, we had the administration come to us and gave us a very similar recommendation, where we assigned the third party to run the last Odyssey that we had. And after that, on the report we got recently back was that was not enough time for the event, for that group to be able to do what they wanted to do. I now draw your attention to section 2, where it suggests that we would now reject the main event tenders. So therefore, we're not going to be appointing somebody who's going to be running that in the next so many months, and we'll be getting back in February, I'm assuming, to reappoint that tender, which now means that we are, from last year, compared to last year where we struggled, we are going to be less 2 months to be able to make this happen. So if this is the case, and this is the things I'm seeing, this is why I'm concerned. So when you look at my alternative motion, it is purely to say, yes, unfortunately, we're going to have to wear some criticism from the community because this is a big decision. But I do not want to see us invest over $600,000 into an event that does not meet the scope that we have asked for, which again, back to the points of other councillors, we have made it very clear, in my opinion, that what we want here. We wanted a end-of-year event that we can put rest our hats on to say, this is our marquee event. In my opinion, by spending money in a willy-nilly fashion, which I believe right now is a willy-nilly fashion, because we're suggesting that we're going to do fringe events before we even appoint the main event. How can the fringe events now do what they should be doing, is to actually absolutely come in and help lift the main event by using smaller events? So I don't see how we can set that up. I think we're going to be in for an interesting ride if we do go down this line. Again, it's purely down to timing. So that's why I'm suggesting that we don't appoint the budget, we don't ask for this event to come in 2024, and we ask the administration to go away, come back with a detailed design and a detailed understanding of how this event is going to work, because we've heard already the scope's changed from last year. So I'm apprehensive to keep changing scope and just keep throwing money at it, which is, again, what I can see is a commonality coming through. I want to make sure that we have a scope, that we're going to stick to it, and we're going to attempt to do it. And if we don't, great, let's make the amendment and change, but let's do it with some time factors that we can have at our disposal. So that's mainly my stance. Again, I just don't see how this can be potentially beneficial for us if we do fail again.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Anyone else for? Councillor Bennett, sorry.
So no. Oh,
No.
So,
Okay, I'm finally speaking. So I'm all for this, because I think rejecting this means we're going against our strategic plan and our arts and cultural plan. It also means that we're going against our town community core engagement principle of the community development plan. So
it also means that we're creating a reputational risk where Town of Port Hedland continues to be seen as we don't follow through with anything that we put out for consultation with the community. So to me, that's a major concern. And it's not just the community as well. It puts it out that we're a reputation with, I guess, your festival, with the festival world, our vendors and stakeholders, that we're not easy to deal with. And events like these take time, and it takes a lot of time, I think, for the admin and that to build relationships with the vendors and stakeholders. And yes, we did do this last year and we didn't do it right, but I think the admin team have learned, and they're providing and are coming back to us with something that we've actually, as councillors, has agreed and told them to stick to budget, which is what they're doing. So on that basis, that I think between the admin and councillors, we're working together. I'm in full support of it.
Thank you, Councillor Bennett. Anyone else against? Anyone else for? Yes, Councillor Brother.
So I'd like to respond to the dissent in 4 parts. The first one, which you agree with as well, that there is a clear need for music and arts in our community, and that sort of a festival in our community. And that is what the feedback in the past, and that is what our plans are based on. Secondly, I agree with you that Odyssey was, the record was only for the 1 year. It did not go to plan. It came back with feedback saying it has not gone to plan, and that therefore then we need to change the plan to something else and not drop it completely. Thirdly, with the 7 multidisciplinary small community-based events. So we are planning to split it into 2 parts. The first part being that there will be seven separate events. Now, the company that it's going to go to is a local business, and which is great, and then there'll be more sort of community engagement. And also that, then we are saying, as part 2 to that, we will have several events or several, and that is what other cities, like the city of Karratha, is probably doing. So we are learning from the best what others are doing as well and trying that out. And lastly, it is within the budget, and what I understand is that the administration now wants a budget to work on. So I'm in support of it, because I'd say this is what our budget is. Now go back and show us what you can do this time around. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Is anyone else against? Yes, Councillor Ritz. Yeah.
I'm quite on the fence about this one. I came in being against. Completely agree that it is something that we need, and as much as I don't want to go without, it just my points just come back to saying that from all the reports and everything that we heard from the reporting was that they would like to have at least 12 months to plan this if they did it again from the last people that supplied it. And now we're going into it giving them less time. I'm just worried that it's going to be, we put it on just for the sake of putting it on, and it turns into a failure, or it doesn't turn out. In saying that, is it better to do that than have nothing? I'm not sure. So I'll have to sit on that for the moment. But yeah, I definitely would like to see it more time and more planning, just to get it all locked in, because it seems very rushed, and rushed things don't tend to pan out too well. So yeah, I'll leave it at that. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. Is anyone else for?
Yeah, I would like to. Just going back to some of
You've already spoken, Councillor. Sorry, you already spoken. Yeah, you were seconded. So yeah, you moved it. Yeah. Is anyone else for?
Yes.
Yes, Councillor Turner.
So I think there's been some good points made both sides. What I would say, there's a couple of things. It's certainly within budget, and there's a commitment to that. I think the administration have taken a very positive approach in how they are looking to make that investment. I think the commitment to capacity building, working alongside local business to develop that week-long event, I think is a very, very positive step. I also think the idea of partnerships and sponsorships is actually a good way of working for the future, because what it does, it allows us to leverage the investment that we're making, and I'm hoping that we can then draw upon that to maximise, what will be the entertainment. I think there's a real one of the key messages that we have from the community report card, the feedback we get from councillors is that the livability of what it means to live in Port Hedland is a key driving factor and concern for people. So people want entertainment, they want music, and they want a feature. And I would hope that as we progress this proposal, that rather than have that one big ticketed event, we're able to actually generate some free events which we can then activate key areas in the community and make it family friendly and make it free. Make some of these events free. Most people, well, a lot of people, percentage, can't afford $125 for a ticket when they've got, several, they've got a partner, they've got kids and everything else. So I think this gives us a lot of flexibility. And again, we need to be actively engaged in this process too, so that, we're part of that consultation, we're giving feedback, and it's not just done by remote control. So that's what I think it's critical. I think there would be significant backlash from the community. And I think we can still deliver what would be an extended calendar of events, a series of events, which I think is an improvement from, the one-off. So anyway, that's my thoughts on it. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Turner. Councillor Blanco, sum up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, we've been down this road many times. I'm unclear as to why there was a comment made that this was the first or second event. We've been having major music festivals, for quite a long time, so we know how to do it. We know that we failed previously. I'm talking 10, 15 years ago, and we also know that we've improved dramatically, and it's a roller coaster, obviously. But in relation to ticket prices and the cost to the community, we make those decisions. If you don't like it, let's lower the price. Okay. At the end of the day, we're the ones making the decision on these sort of events. Okay. So if you don't like the way that it's being run, then let's make the changes well before it comes to a decision. Now, look, I'm very disappointed that that we've had a really good plan in place. When I was last on council, but someone has decided to reinvent the wheel, and now we need to improve dramatically to get the same standards we were once at. So let's not complain about it. Let's just improve it. The community wants the event. And let's just remember that, the council makes the decisions. If you don't like it, let's change it. And, to do that, you're going to have to speak up. And you can't be quiet when it comes to, the forums that we have and the meetings we have behind closed doors. It's like, no, if the administration wants to go one way and the council wants to go the other, you know what? We're in charge, so we just go the way we want to go. Okay? So let's just keep improving. That's it.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. We'll now put it to the vote. All those in favour? 6, 7, 6, 6, 2. All those against? 6-2. Motion is carried. Thank you, councillors. It's on block. Yep. 12.2.5. 5, yep. Okay, moving on to 12.2.5. The Mucky Community Scoreboard. We have offered recognition before us that inquires a simple majority vote. The council.
Wish to move.
Yes, councillor.
Before you talk through that, I wish to move a alternate motion, please.
Yes, certainly, councillor.
Moving with it. Sorry, just get my emails up. Do we have it on file?
I think so, yeah.
2 seconds. Just wait for my inbox to load. There it is. Thank you. I move that alternate motion states that we note the 23 the MARKYT community scorecard as per attachment 1. We note the action plan as per attachment 2, and then we request that the CEO arrange a workshop for the council to finalise the action plan per the councillors' leadership forum that was held on the 10th of December 2023, and bring the report back to the February 7th ordinary council meeting for endorsement. Please and thank you.
Just clarifying, are you moving that as an amendment? 1 and 2 are the same,
please.
slightly different.
So instead of endorses it, yes, every permission.
Did you put that forward as a, what did you put it forward as?
Move and amend.
Amended motion, okay.
Amendment. Oh, second for that? Yeah, seconder. Can I get a second for that amendment? Oh, sorry, okay.
Yeah, I'll move that.
You move it?
I'll second it. Yeah.
You second it, yeah.
We've got to move it, yeah.
Okay. Okay, yeah, that's fine, yeah. Just checking, yeah. Is anyone against that motion? No. Just make sure it's...
Can I just clarify, Mr Mayor, are we moving the just the amendment, or are we moving the amended motion as listed on the screen in its entirety?
I requested to move and amend.
Move the amendment motion on the
Move
screen.
and amend. Yep.
Okay.
Again, can I clarify?
Yes.
So have we moved the original motion with an amendment, or we have...
We're moving the motion which is on now with the amended motion.
I'll be guided by Councillor Christensen. I believe he's amended, added a part 3 and an amended part 2. Is that correct?
Yes.
So you're moving an amended motion.
That's what I seconded.
Yes,
Moved
correct.
an amended motion, yes.
The second motion, yes. Okay. Is anyone against that? Okay, motion's carried as the majority. Thank you, councillors.
And through the chair, before you move on to item 12.3.1, can I ask that we move 12.3.1 to the order of business of, I think it was 15.4, please.
Behind closed doors?
Yes, please.
Yep. Do I have a second for that? Yeah, can I get a second for that? Yeah, thank you, councillor Bennett.
And can I clarify that? What are we doing?
We're moving there's item number 12.3.1 behind closed doors.
Okay.
I think, Councillor, just for clarification, I think because it is a expression of interest and appointment of a supplier, I think Councillor Christensen wants to discuss it, and I think rather than discuss it in the public, he wants to discuss it behind closed doors.
Yep.
Okay, right.
All right. We'll go to 15.4. Sorry? Oh, yeah, cool. Yeah. All those in favour? Yeah. Motion is carried. That's all right. Thank you, councillors. Uh, 12.3.2 was that? 2, declaration of interest. Yep. Appello. That's a declaration. Yep. It's only a partiality. That's fine. Yeah. Okay. Okay. 12.3.2. Proposed road dedication to part lot 603 on deposited plan 407880, part of a Port Reserve 29082, Wedgefield Stage 4 road extension works. We have an office recommendation before us that requires a simple majority vote. That one supports the dedicated of the portion lot 603 as a public road to be incorporated into Hematale Drive road reserve, and 2, authorise a request being made to the Minister for Lands to pursue Section 56 of the Land Administration Act 1997 for the dedicated of the section of the portion of the lot land 603 as public road, and 3, authorise the Chief Executive Officer to execute such documents as are required by the Minister for Lands to enable the dedicated of the subject portion lot 603 as public road, and 4, indemnifies the Minister for Lands against any claim compensation arising out of the road dedication. Can I move it, please?
I'll move, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Blanco. Is there a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Butson. Is anyone against the motion? Motion's carried. Thank you, councillors. 12.3.3 is on block, was it? Yeah, on block. And 12.3.4 came out. Yep. Okay, move on to 12.3.4. Omnibus Scheme Amendment number 1 to Local Planning Scheme number 7. Minor modification to the final adoption. We have an office recommendation before us that requires a simple majority vote that council. 1, note the modification to Scheme Amendment number 1, Omnibus Amendment to the Town of Port Hedland Local Planning Scheme number 7 by the Minister indicated as attachment 1. And 2, authorise the Chief Executive Officer and Mayor to execute modified amend documents to put to Regulations 53 of the Planning and Development Local Planning Schemes, Regulations 2015, and provide the West Australian Planning Commission copies of the Omnibus Amendment 1 and relevant documents for the final approval to the Minister for Planning. Can I have a mover, please?
Could I get a question on this?
Certainly, Mr. Blanco.
So in the body of the report, it talks about the erection of boundary fences other than on street boundary, and then it goes into where the R codes do not apply. So where is that? Is that rural or is that station stuff? That would apply to?
I'll get the director to clarify that for you. Craig?
Through the chair, my recollection of the R codes, it applies to residential and pretty much anything within the town site. Anything outside the town site would not be bound by that.
It says where the R codes do not apply. So the body of the report says where the R codes do not apply. So the only thing that I can think of is this is a rural or station fencing.
Through the chair, I'm having issues getting attached up. So my understanding is within the actual body of the report itself on page 87. Is that what you're referring to at the bottom?
It's in the attachments referring to this. You know, I don't have them up, but I read them. So it's just that section about the boundary fences, other than street boundary or where R codes don't apply. It's in the boxes.
Yeah, through the chair, I'll have to take that one on notice. Again, I'm having issues with the system.
Okay, thank you.
Look, okay. Right. That's all the questions I have on that one.
Okay, thank you. Okay, can I get a mover, please? Thank you, Councillor Christensen. A seconder, please. Thank you, Councillor Turner. Is anyone against the motion? Thank you. Councillor Christensen.
Rightio. As this is a massive item and as... Sorry?
Sorry.
So as this is a massive item, it's got a lot of detail in it. I'm just going to rely on the fact that we had a good conversation during the briefing. Nothing's been brought to our attention yet, so there's nothing that's really jumping out that I'm massively concerned about, so I'm just going to leave the debate open for somebody who's against it to sway my decision. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Christensen. Councillor Turner.
Look, I'll just echo those comments. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Anyone against the motion?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. You know, planning schemes are very complicated. So, you know, if we ask a question about the planning scheme, we should get an answer. If we're going to approve something like this. So my interpretation of this is, you know, to me it's quite simple. You know, the erection of a boundary fence other than on a street boundary, so it's not referring to any street, okay? And where the R codes don't apply, so R codes are residential, your industry, you know, the stuff within the town. So effectively what that section is saying is you need a planning approval or a DA to erect a fence on land that has those requirements, which to me is you know, it's Crown land or land related to rural or you know, station owners. And look, unless I get a clarification, I'm not going to agree to something like that, because I don't think that we should be requesting DAs on fencing, you know, that's out in the sticks.
Yeah. Sorry.
So through the chair,
Yes.
now to find some further information. So it applies to rural, residential, industrial and light industrial zones. Fences which meet certain criteria in those areas are exempt. So we've got sufficient dividing fence, which is one that's 1.8 metres in height.
Thank you. Okay, thank you.
Okay, no, can I
Yeah, sure.
Can I clarify that again?
Yes.
So what does it actually mean? Is it related to our industrial, it's not related to rural or station owners?
So like I said, it applies to rural, residential, industrial and light industrial zones. We've got fences meet certain criteria, which is 1.8 metres in height. They do not require a DA, they're exempt. Anything that's over 1.8 metres in height requires a DA. They can also have a 0.5 metre retaining wall and be exempt. So anything above 2.3 metres definitely will require a DA.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. It was for. It was against. Councillor Christensen.
Right, thanks for that. Like we've had on other conversations, it might be handy if we got questions, maybe again, like it's been referenced in these debates recently, is maybe not leave it to D-Day to get these clarifications and questions asked. I know everyone's got concerns, but again, it's kind of hard to keep making these decisions on the cuff and then try and expect us to be able to you know, work on the fly. So from the debate that's happened so far, I'm still confident in the administration officers behind this report. There's nothing more that I can see as of concern. So I'm happy to keep supporting as we go. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Christensen. All those in favour? Yep. Absolute majority. Yep. Thank you, councillors. Yeah, next one. Okay.
Sorry, Chair, before we start.
Yes, Councillor Christensen.
Sorry for the delay, but after we had the presentation from the group, I'm now going to request that I declare a financial interest on matters 12.3.5 due to the fact I'm a shareholder within a business of interest.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Christensen. Yep, you may leave the room. Thank you, Councillor.
And through the chair, the same declaring financial interest on 12.3.5 JDAP application based on the conference where they stated my employer's name, BHP.
Yep.
So I'll be leaving the room.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Bennett. Wave your form. Thank you. Mm-hmm. Wriggle that out? No.
Suggested by the officers. Councillors, for your benefit, there is an alternate motion proposed by the officers, which you would have heard is based on the discussion we had with the consultant. I think the director has circulated it by email to you ahead of the meeting, and I think that's the officer's preference for the suggested motion for you to consider.
Can I request that we put forward that alternate recommendation then, please?
Yep, certainly. Okay. Is there a seconder for that? Yes.
I would request for an amendment, please.
Yes, certainly, yeah.
So, for the town of Port Hedland to add in a letter of support to the letter of support for the SES to the GDAP.
Okay, we'll just put that in.
Thank you.
Let's see. Give me a second if it helps.
Clarification, councillor, for me, is you want that in as a point 17, or did you want it in the advice notes or as a separate motion?
So I believe it's already mentioned in the points, but I would like if that could be covered as an additional letter of support as well, to make our stand fairly clear. So it is covered in the points as a point, but I would request if a separate letter could go in as well in support of the SES. Thank you.
I just clarify, the JDAP doesn't, the JDAP does not like anything other than what's in the Planning Development Act.
Of course. Okay. So we go to the yeah, which was yeah. Is there a second for the office recommendation? The amendment. This is the amendment. Yes. Yeah. We have a mover. Yeah. 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 We have a mover. Yeah. Councillor Bella. Yeah. Yeah. It's a seconder. Letter of support. Letter of support. Yeah. Yeah.
So we've got a mover. We've got a mover for the
amendment.
The alternate.
Yes. Yeah.
Did we have a seconder for that?
No, not yet. No.
Okay, so
Councillor Rebello.
Wants to propose an
amendment to the thing.
Seconder for that either.
That's right. Okay. Right. So
with no seconder.
Exactly. Yeah.
No, hang on. You've proposed the alternate, so we need a seconder for that.
Yeah. Yes. Okay. Do we have a seconder for that? Oh, Councillor Button. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Rebello's letter. Yep. We need a seconder for Councillor Rebello's.
And Councillor
Ritz. Second. Letter. Yeah.
So let's deal with the amendment, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, so we vote with the amendment first.
Yeah.
Okay, all those in favour of... Was there anyone against?
So is this a... Is this an amended officer's recommendation? Or is it just the, are we just voting on the alternate recommendation to go in as the substantial
alternate
motion?
recommendation. Is that what we're going?
My understanding, councillor, is that councillor Arentz has moved the amended officer recommendation and councillor Butson has seconded.
Yep.
Councillor Rebello has now requested an amendment, which is the letter of support for the SES.
And
which
councillor
Arentz has seconded.
Yep.
We're finding
Okay,
it
so the
against
vote,
the amendment.
what does the vote in approval determine? The
vote is now-
amended,
The amended recommendation.
you're not being clear here, okay, so I need to be clear, all right?
The amendment.
The amended recommendation
Correct.
will then, is now the substantial motion. Is that what we're voting on?
That's
Yes?
correct,
Okay,
yes.
I'm against.
Okay. Councillor,
I'll just need clarification here, Mr Mayor. Are we dealing with the amendment?
the alternate recommendation?
No, councillor Rebello's amendment.
No, we're doing, no.
Councillor Blanco is against the amended officer
Recommendation. Yep.
Yes.
Yep.
You have a mover and a seconder for the amendment, which is councillor Rebello.
Yes.
Is there anyone against the amendment?
Is anyone against?
Hang on. We have stuffed this totally, okay? Let's get clear. I believe currently that we have an amended officer's recommendation. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, well then the amendments are already done. So we're voting on the substantial motion and I've already gone against that.
Yep.
So speakers for.
Yeah, Councillor Ritz. Yep.
Yeah, okay, so I'm for it. Obviously, I heard the requests from the SES today, and while I was impressed by their letter, their dedication and concern for it, I don't believe that is that with the motion that we have forward now, that it will be an issue. I believe that we'll be able to look through those issues. As far as the expansion goes in itself, I'm for it as a part of just towns growing, getting bigger, and we can do it. The alternate recommendation being that we not give them the further 10 years of approval after the initial 10 year. I think we should be fluid to be able to come back and have another look at that in 10 years' time without locking ourselves in. Other than that, I'll have to see what...
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Button. No? Okay. Anyone against? Yeah. The second.
Not to speak.
Yeah. So, yeah. Okay. So anyone against that? Was just yeah. Okay.
Okay, so my position on camps is just I'm just going to say no. We need to take a stand on whether we develop this town into a camp or we develop this town into a community living space with houses. Okay. It's not good for our local businesses, to have camps all over the place. It's not good for our people in Port Hedland to have camps all over the place. All right. Now, in relation to some of the speakers that came tonight, the SES, and this proposal, when Cyclone Veronica hit Hedland, it was a Category 5. It was heading straight towards us, and it was crossing on Karratha side, which effectively issue where the tide heights were going, they were talking 12 metres, okay. We were lucky, and the cyclone did a 90-degree turn and went down the coast, and we effectively did not even get Category 1 winds. But the damage was significant to Headland. Now, when that happened, we had SES people coming on planes to Headland, and we had SES people coming on planes to Headland. There was about 25 or 30 of them, and they were sleeping on top of each other in that SES building. And then I was in the media, constantly. And our Premier, Mark McGowan, decided that I was getting too much airtime, so he flew up. And he presented to the SES people at the SES building. The local member was there. The Minister for Emergency Services was there as well. And they promised the SES a new building, with facilities, because the rain was that heavy that the toilets were overflowing and they couldn't have a shower and they couldn't go to the dunny. All right, and that was Cyclone Veronica. So you do the math on the state government not following up on their promises. They should be building the SES a new building. But when it comes to camps in Port Hedland, like I said, I'm not approving any more camps. This is not our decision anyway. This is a JDAP decision, okay? They're going to make this decision whether we like it or not. So it doesn't matter if we go against it. And I encourage you to go against it. We need to make it clear that we want houses, not camps. And I see there's a heap of agenda items that come tonight, all about camps. So you know what I'm going to say. The only way that we're going to change the status quo is by opposing this stuff and by opposing it loudly. No one's been taking any notice of us in rural WA. I'll speak for the rest of WA as well, okay, because it's happening in Karratha, it's happening up north, it's happening everywhere. These companies are coming in, they're making a lot of money, and they're not actually investing in the core infrastructure that we support, us as a council. We support houses because we rate those houses and that's how we get our income. Yes, we're going to get some income from the camps, I'm sure we are, for 5 years, and then they'll mothball them and leave them there, not take them down, and somebody else will have to clean up their mess, like's been done many times before. So let's move away from approving FIFO camps. Let's start supporting local businesses by ensuring that people that come to work in Hedland are put in a house and they create the foot traffic to support our local businesses that are struggling. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Blanco. Anyone else for? Anyone else against? So you're for?
I'd like to speak for.
Yes.
So I agree with you, Councillor Blanco, that this needs to be more a residential town and not really a FIFO town. But the point here is that JDAP makes this decision. So what we can do is wherever we have a say, to have that say. And we've done that at point number 3, where we've said that where the officer's recommendation, the revised one, says that we are renewing it, that it is, the approved development is valid for a period of 10 years, and we are going against what they are requesting and aren't giving them sort of an extension any further at the money that they are suggesting. So we are trying to do that. It would also be good to add a town recommendation, just to make sure that Compass follows through with what they are saying. So they said at the presentation that they'll do the best they can for the SES, and we're just here to support that and to say that they have to follow through with what they have recommended. Again, at the end of it, it is JDAP's call, not ours. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Is anyone else against? Anyone else for? Councillor Rents?
Yeah, thank you, everyone. I would probably just echo everything that's already been said, and I'd like to sort of put my stance on it as well, that while I do agree with Councillor Blanco that we need to start pushing for more local housing and having local workers. In this situation, though, it's a bit different, where it's a expansion and not building a completely new one, and as well, as much as we would all love it to be all residential work in town, it's just not possible. So in that sense, at this time anyway, so in that sense, I think we should do everything we can to support our industry that does support us to an extent. We, as Councillor Blanco alluded to, we will be making money off the camps as far as leases go. So yeah, for that reason, I'm for. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Rents. Now put it to the vote. All those in favour? Those against? Motion is carried. Thank you. Yep, with the pass back in. Yep. Okay, we up to me. 12.3.6. Thank you. Yep. Welcome back, councillors. Okay, moving on to 12.3.6. Application for development approval for workforce accommodation extension of time proposal refurbishment at Mount Dove Camp. We have office recommendation before us that requires a simple majority vote that council approves the development application reference number 2018-045-01 to a compliant plan in accordance with clause 68 of the Planning and Development Local Planning Scheme Regulation 2015 and the Town of Port Hedland Local Planning Scheme number 7, subject to the conditions and advice notes in the recommendation. Can I have a mover, please? Councillor Rents, thank you. A seconder, please. Thank you, Councillor Christensen. Is anyone against the motion? Good. Councillor Rents.
Thank you very much. So again, this is quite similar to the last one, but we'll sort of reiterate it. I'm for this, just purely because it's using an existing accommodation and lease by extending it and refurbing it, getting more use out of it. We're using what we already have. And my points from before is that while we would like to have full residential workers, at this time it's not possible for things to go forward and new developments come into town and new companies come into town and bring money as well as other residential workers. This just helps that along the way. So yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Christensen.
No, just shadow what Councillor Rent said. Well said, well spoken. So I'll leave it at that and wait for the debate. Thanks.
Great, thank you. Anyone against? Councillor Blackford.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Again, much the same as what I said previously. I'm not going to approve any more camps in this district. We need to make it clear that we want housing, not camps. And the only way to get the government to listen to us is to oppose things like this. In previous years, so where this camp is situated, I was involved in a JDAP approval. Well, it wasn't an approval, it was we went against it as a town when Min Resources built their camp and airstrip at Wodgina. Okay, and so this is in the same area. And at the end of the day, even though we opposed it in the JDAP, the proponent then removed his application from the JDAP and built the camp anyway, because he could, because he got the approval from the Minister of Mines. So let's not approve this, let's knock it on the head and let the Minister of Mines then approve it himself, because he has the ability to do it. So, and another note here is I've been reading a lot of the documents that have come, to me since I've been on council, and I'm pretty sure it's in the body of the ARG report where it said that the current government doesn't support, additional FIFO camps. They want residential living. Okay, so if the state government is saying that, now I might be wrong in which report, but I'm pretty sure it's the ARG in the body of the report. So, that's significant to me because I haven't heard the state government say that before, but it's in the fine print, it's there, so let's listen to the government and let's not support this.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Bucko. Anyone else for? Anyone else against? Councillor Wrench, sum up, please.
Yeah, not too much to add on that, other than, again, I agree with Councillor Blanco on the fact that we do want more residential workforce. I just don't think sort of hamstringing companies and stopping sort of production and growth is the way to do it. I agree on some of his points, definitely. But for a camp that's already there and we are just revitalising it and reusing it, I think it's a no-brainer. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Woods. Can we now put it to the vote? All those in favour? Those against? 7-1, motion passed. Thank you, councillors. We're up to now 12.3.8, yeah. Okay, moving on to 12.3.8, Economic Development Diversification Fund, Economic Diversification Spectrum Health. We have often recommended before us that requires a simple majority vote that Council 1 note the fund of the application as per a confidential attachment 1, and 2 approve the conditional funding for Spectrum Health totalling $60,000 ex-GST, which should be conducted from the FY 2023-24 Economic Development Diversification Fund, Economic Diversification Stream. Can I have a mover, please? Councillor Christensen, thank you. I have a seconder, please. Councillor Turner, thank you, Councillor Turner. Is anyone against the motion? Okay. Councillor Christensen.
I'm in support of it, so I'll wait for somebody to change my mind. So again, no debate that happened during the briefing, so I'm interested to see how this might be going, and then I'll address it in the closing. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Christensen. Councillor Turner.
I think everybody realises the importance of health service. We have created this new fund, and the idea that it can be utilised to support the delivery of health, I think is critical. It's one of those key issues that's challenged in the community. So I think for me, this is a very obvious decision that should be supported. So
Yeah. Thank you, Councillor Turner. Anyone against? Yes, Mr. Blanco.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will be voting for it, but I oppose giving private business operators ratepayers money. They get ratepayers money, then they charge ratepayers lots of money. It's a double whammy. But we need doctors, and it's something that, you know, we do need to help with. So, you know, I'm happy with that. But GPs are controlled by the federal government. And I didn't see anything in the body of report, that said that the federal government was helping this situation in regional WA by providing funding that reduces the cost of doing business, especially when it comes to GP practices. So yes, we can sit back and we can just pass it and say nothing about it. But when we say nothing, nothing happens, and the problem stays the same. So that's all I have to say.
Great, thank you, Councillor Blanco. Anyone else for? Anyone else against? Okay, Councillor Christian, please.
No, I think everyone's on the same page. Again, it's a much needed service that is definitely lacking in this town, as per the benchmarking metrics that we've got from the community scorecard. It clearly indicates that the healthcare industry is definitely lacking, and something that both councillors, administration and the general public want to see increase. So anything we can do to assist, yes, and it's not going to solve the problem. And I do agree in the terms that yes, I think we need to start rattling the cage a bit more to ask for some more assistance because again, I think us as a local government do a mountain of work in these this area and a myriad of other areas that we necessarily shouldn't be involved in. So it'd be great to have some helping hands with this sort of stuff. But again, I think this motion speaks for itself. I think we need it, and I think it's a great opportunity right now.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Christensen. We'll now put it to the vote. All those in favour? Motion is carried. Absolute majority. Thank you, councillors. 12.4 Infrastructure Services. 12.4.1 Endorsement of the JD Stage 3 Outdoor Elements Concept Design. We have offered a recommendation before us that Council 1. Endorse the concept design of the JD Hardy Stage 3 Outdoor Elements as per Attachment 1 RVG. And 2. Authorise the Chief Executive Officer to seek grant funding and opportunities. Can I have a mover, please?
I'll move, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Bennett, thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Bellows already seconded it, thank you.
Oh, quick.
Yes. Okay, so we're against the motion. No, motion is carried, absolute majority. Thank you, councillors. What are we up to now? 12.2 was on block. It was on block. 12.3.4 was. We're up to 3.3. Okay, 12.4.3 Award Tender RFT 2324-02 Tennis and Hockey Change Room Refurbishment. We have an officer recognition before us that Council requires an absolute majority vote. 1. Authorise the Chief Executive Officer to enter a contract for the award tender RFT 2324-02 for the tennis and hockey refurbishment part offer A to be referred to the tender of the total amount listed in your agenda excluding GST. Authorise additional budget of $141,168 in the financial year 2023-24 annual budget to complete part A only to be funded from Asset Management Reserve. Can I have a mover, please?
I'll move, Mr. Mayor. Can I just get a clarification on moving? Well, I can't state it over the mic yet, but can I just show the Director of Finance and are we clear? So I'm clear that this is correct. And can I get?
Yes, sir. That's okay.
Yep.
Yep. Are you still happy to move it, Mr. Blanco? Yes, move it. Okay. Thank you, Councillor Blanco. Councillor Butler seconded it. Is anyone against the motion? Motion's carried. Absolute majority. Thank you, councillors. Block, yep. 12.4.5. 12.45. Okay. 12.4.5. Award tender RFT 2223-17. Consultant Performing Arts Design.
Mr. Mayor, can I? What number are we on?
We're on 12.4.5.
Oh, okay.
Other ones on block.
We did 4 already. Yep.
Yes.
Okay. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you. We have officer recognition before us that requires an absolute majority vote at council. 1. Authorise the Chief Executive Officer to enter a contract to the award number RFT 2223-17, consult for the Design Performing Arts Centre to Calibre Architects for the total amount of $1,721,284 excluding GST. And 2. Authorise the administration to initiate phase 1 of the contract for concept schematic design of the Performing Arts Centre. And 3. Authorise additional budget of $59,144 in the financial year 2023-24 annual budget to complete phase 1. And 4. Note that additional funding will be necessary for future budget years to advance the contract to phase 2 and 3. Can I have a mover, please? Thank you, Councillor Christensen. I have a seconder, please. Councillor Rebella. Is anyone against the motion? Okay, Councillor Christensen.
Usually, I'll be one to oppose such an item. Usually drawing back to the reference of the LTFP and how the LTFP's changed dramatically, and how it doesn't necessarily align. I still think those lines still exist, and those are some of my issues I've been dealing with. But again, I'm pretty sure the administration has listened to me gibber on about that a fair bit, and as you can see, that they've done some pretty extensive work into try and break this down into phased approaches to try and mitigate and detract from any risk that we do have from over consultation and over planning and changing of decisions and ideas. So again, with that in mind, I think I'm pretty confident that again these sort of documents are required, so we can continue down the path of getting the project funded. Obviously, we're not going to be able to fund any of these ourselves, so there's a mountain of work that needs to be done in the background. So this paperwork should help us clear the way so that work can be done. So until again, I'm happy to hear from the against side to see if they can sway me back over that side. But right now, I'm sticking firm right now to support this, and we're happy to hear the debate.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Christensen. Councillor Rebello.
So I'd like to echo our Deputy Mayor's sentiments that 1, it is already outlined in the LTFP, and 2 is that helps us then go out to seek funding. And so I'm for it, and it is clearly the need of the community as well. There is nothing like that we have, so I'm for it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rebello. Is anyone against the motion?
Thank you, Mr.
Councillor
Mayor.
Blanco? Yes.
This is a few $1 million for stage 1, and then we've got stage 2 and 3. Now, I'm undecided on this, so I am wanting input from the council members that have been here for a while. We should be looking at the detailed design and pricing of the oval and the pool first. Too many things going on, and with no control, or I don't see any orderly way forward in this. So, like I said, I just need to hear from other councillors on what they think about this, and what they've been working on for over the past 2 years. You know, and you need to convince me for or against, I suppose, because currently I'm wondering whether we should be spending this sort of money on this proposal when we should be spending the money on the detailed design and costing for the South Hedland Oval, which is, you know, incorporated in the pool, as the pool incorporates that as well. So that's just my thoughts on that.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Blanco. Anyone else for? Anyone else against? Councillor Christensen, sum up, please.
Oh, well, not much help there for you, Councillor Blanco, so I'll try and help you a bit if I can. So first and foremost, I want to just reiterate it's not 1.7 just for the phase one. The 3 phases is the total value of 1.7, so, and that'll be broken down, as you'll see, in one of the attachment pages there. So rest assured there's not much more after phase, well, it's more money after phase one, but there's still going to total 1.7. We're confident about that. In relation to your comments around the pool, I do echo some sentiments, as again, I've been an advocate for this in some way. If I can give you some reassurance, due to the SHISH design that was agreed to by council back in the days when it was only a couple of years ago, but it feels a while ago, the location of the pool that was agreed upon now means and suggests that we must do other projects first and foremost. So we've actioned that, we're moving that ahead so we can actually fast track the swimming pool. The conversations, I've been smashing these emails and conversations to councillors on a regular basis about the LTFP. The LTFP work is coming. Rest assured, you'll see the emails in your inbox. Again, I can't rest assure you on the current LTFP time frame, because in my mind, just in the conversation we've had about the pool being brought forward, will dramatically change the landscape of the current LTFP this is based around. One thing I do want to put forward on this is, again, that this is another avenue that we need to increase our livability factor from our community. So although it's a lot of money coming forward, and you'll see with this next tender that's after this, yes, there's a lot of money involved in it, but I think this is a staggered approach where we need to address multiple issues that this town has to address. Swimming pool's one of them. We spoke around the current civic centre location and amenities with the library. So hoping, again, if council are committed over the off-season to bunker down and commit to this LTFP and get ourselves online, I think this plan will actually, this will flow in nicely with the current plan that I can only assume would be adopted in the coming months. So, don't know if it helped you at all, but I tried. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Christensen. We'll now put to the vote. All those in favour? Those against? 7-1. Motion is carried. Thank you. Thank you, councillors. 4.6.1. 46. Okay, 12.4.6, award tender RF 2223-27 Design and Consultancy Civic Centre and Community Hub. We have an office recognition before it that requires an absolute majority vote. That 1, authorises the Chief Executive Officer to enter into a contract to award RFT 2223-27 Design and Consult Civic Community Hub to the preferred tender to the amount listed in your agenda. And 2, authorise administration to initiate phase 1 of the contract for concept thematic design for the Civic Community Hub. And 3, authorise additional budget for the amount listed in your agenda to be funded from the strategic reserves in the financial year 2023-24 annual budget to complete phase 1. And 4, note that additional funding will be necessary in future budget years to advance the contract to complete phase 2 and 3. Can I have a mover, please? Thank you, Councillor Christensen. I have a seconder, please. Thank you, Councillor Turner. Is there anyone against the motion? Okay, Councillor Turner. Christensen.
Right, very much similar to the last debate. With some minute differences. I think we, for too long, have been missing a dedicated civic civic precinct. Don't get me wrong, this old girl of a building has done itself some good stead, but all too often I think it's not the easiest location to work out of for a lot of people. So the civic community and the community hub side of things, I think, has actually got some really uplift that we actually has a lot of excitement to it. Unlike a lot of other projects we've got coming forward that we just spoke about, we have to build from scratch. And the exciting bit about this is that as everyone knows in the town, we've got the TAFE building that's pretty much ready to roll from a skeleton point of view. So we are, in a way, a head start ahead of a lot of other building and a lot of other projects that we have that we can actually make some tangible changes in a short period of time. So this is one area I think we definitely need to get on the front foot with in relation to the documentation, the reports and all the designs that we can. And because bearing in mind that this property becomes available to us sometime next year. So some of it is already being utilised. So it's one of those things where, again, we can actually make use of this location. So I'm pretty excited to see what this can become and see what the community bring out. And again, can't wait to hear what other people want to talk about.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Turner.
Apologies, I'm coughing. Again, this, if we look at the infrastructure, the challenges of the infrastructure we have, we're pretty much at end of life or not fit for purpose. So my understanding of my understanding is that we've outgrown much of our facilities, and we are pushing staff, poking staff into little corners all over the place. So, you know, what we're doing is we're creating the foundation for the future. This is the investment that we need to make. We can't move forward unless we have those designs, unless we have these plans in place. We can't take a thought bubble to government or the resource industry. So that's why we need to move on this. And as you can see in the plans, this is a co-location, multifunctional sort of facility. I am told that the TAFE site can be presented in a much more attractive way, which you know, I look forward to seeing that. But anyway, so I think it's just this is an obvious step forward. It's what we need to grow this town, and that's what we need to make this investment. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Councillor Turner. Anyone against? Councillor Blanco.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Much the same as what I said previously, but a little bit more. The council should have an understanding of the costs of these projects. You know, from what I can see with these two that are up here at the moment, and I think we've got another one coming. You know, we're talking between, 150 to 200 million. What the council needs to understand is somebody's got to pay for this stuff. So when I ask, because I'm new here and I haven't been here for very long, so when I ask, for some help from the council, and they can't explain it, we're in trouble. Okay, so effectively, what I'm going to tell you is you need to buck up and start understanding what you're approving here. Okay, and understand what the costs are going to be to the ratepayers, because they're struggling at the moment. And when we start approving camps, okay, we're not generating money out of rates in camps, and we're not generating foot traffic for our businesses that can actually afford to then survive in the town that they grew up in. You see what I'm saying? We're generating excessive costs for our ratepayers by items like this. Now, I agree that we need to, replace our ageing infrastructure, but that's not actually what we're doing. What we're doing is we're building new stuff and keeping the old stuff. That's what we're doing. So we need to get the bulldozers out and get rid of the old stuff and build new. So then you reduce your operational costs, all right, and reduce the amount of staff that are needed to manage all of these facilities, that was the original intent. A reduction in operational costs, a reduction in management teams to reduce our operational costs, renewing our ageing infrastructure by getting rid of the old and building new. We don't seem to be doing that. Okay, so, you know, just think about that and, you know, and start, you know, understanding what sort of costs we're putting on to the people that live in this place. Because at the end of the day, what we're trying to achieve is the kids coming out of our high school to be able to live in the town that they grew up in, which means they've got to buy a house, which means they have a family here, all of that sort of stuff. And the costs associated with living in this town, I struggle to cope with. So how the hell are we going to get our kids coming out of the high school to stay in the town they grew up in? That's what we need to think about.
Thank you, Councillor. Anyone else for? It was against? Oh, sorry, for? Sorry.
I'll try and talk for.
Yep.
Well, there's some very good points there from Councillor Blanco as well. I have to agree with a fair few of them. But the way this current officer's recommendation sits, I'm happy with it. I'm happy to get the concept design. I'm happy with the way the administration has set up the phases with the stop and hold points to go back over them so that we don't get too carried away, so that we can make changes along the way. As far as it being an old building, while I do agree with we should be knocking down and building new in most stances, that the TAFE building is solid as a rock, and a lot of the engineering reports and everything, it's got a lot of life left back in it, and it is, Councillor Turner did allude to it, it is a bit worse for the wear at the moment by the eyes. It is a very beautiful building, and I think that we can make it into something very good that will be very good for the town, as well as the opportunities that come with it, because it's such a large building, so many rooms, so many wings, as well as the indoor-outdoor area with the gardens, and it's just a good idea. So I'm very keen to see what what they can come up with. So once we get that, then we can move forward. So yeah, thanks.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor. Anyone else against? Anyone else for? Councillor Christensen, please.
I didn't do too good last time, so I'll try it again. See if I can convince you. So when you start talking about dollar values and things that we have, I'm pretty sure council are very much aware of what the dollar values are. Is it a stretch? By all means, yes, it is, which is why we're saying that we can't do this without the support from third parties given in state, federal funding, etc. So this is one of the reasons why we need this documentation. We need to be able to understand exactly what's inside a master plan. So right now we have some great concepts and some great master plans, but they're exactly that. They're just a point in time idea of what we would like to achieve. This sort of documentation is going to allow us as a council group to actually come together and have this conversation, exactly like you're talking about, Councillor Blanco, is understanding the exact cost and the true nature of this cost. If I can convince you at all, this would be the one I would 100% put my support for you to put behind. And the reason I say that is because this community hub and this centre will come with a very unique opportunity that we don't see very often. We're talking freehold land with in the current plan with a lot of open space availability. So there's a lot of uplift when it comes into commercial uplift. There's a lot of uplift with community uplift. And again, look, I never shoot down a bad idea. I think we need to get better at reusing what we have. The current location we are, everybody knows the absolute ridiculous amount of money we cost for building new. I think we need to get better at working out what we have. And yes, there's a point in time we need to decide to get rid of the old if it is past this date. But from all the reports we've got given in to us, this is a possibility where I don't think we need to be knocking things down. And sometimes building new doesn't always work. We use the blue building as a key example. It won some architectural awards, and yet it's one of the one of the lovely talking points I get constantly from community members when I talk to them about how it doesn't deliver. So I think these sort of these sort of designs are going to help us to work really closely together to go, okay, how do we deliver for a concept that's going to provide to the community and actually reach some levels of guarantee. So the Civic Precinct, just for your FYI, we're looking at about $80 million that was committed to from the original LTFP. Again, like anything else, I'm assuming it may have gone up a little bit, but that was for the whole precinct, including the community, the Performing Arts Centre. So again, I'm assuming that we're going to be able to get this documentation. We'll break it into staging, and we'll understand a bit more of a priority level per strategy, or per master plan or hub, or however you want to break them down. So I think but again, we have to commit to sitting together and getting this LTFP firmed up. So we can have some faith to our community that we are going to be spending their money wisely, as you put forward, because it is a number one priority of ours. We need to be making sure that this money is being put for the future of our town and for the people that want to call it home. So again, if I can reiterate anything, it's have some faith that this is going to have some massive uplift in the space that you've highlighted, the fact that, again, we're not getting much from the working camps, but this here will provide massive uplift from our point of view in generating revenue or helping other people who will eventually make some revenue for us by rentals and etc. So hope I did a better job with that one, and I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Christensen. Now put it to the vote. All those in favour? Those against? 7-1. Motion's carried. Thank you, councillors. That's within block. Block, yep. And was on block or no? Okay, 12.4.8. The Growing Region Fund application. We have an office recommendation before us that requires an absolute majority vote at council. That one, endorses submission in the full application for the Growing Regions Fund to the value of $15 million to support construction of South Headland Integrated Sports Hub, SISH, of Stage 1A and 1B. And 2, endorse the allocation of funding support the construction of Stage 1A and 1B for the future budget years FY 2024-25 and FY 25-26 to be confirmed upon tender awarded. Can I have a mover, please?
Clarification, Mr. Mayor.
Certainly.
Do we have the detailed design and costing for this project?
On Elise, you can probably answer for you.
So we're currently working through the detailed design, and we have high-level costings for that. We have QS for that.
Okay, thank you. Okay, mover, thank you, Christensen. May I have a seconder, please? Thank you, Councillor Rent. Is anyone against the motion? Councillor Christensen.
Again, I'm interested to see the debate on the other side. I will start this by preferencing again, if everybody here, as people have already voiced their opinion on the fact of the swimming pool being so important, then I would suggest that you put this equally important, if not more important, being the fact that without this, we can't build the swimming pool in the current location that's been approved. So, second to that, I think we need to definitely endorse the submission for the application into funding. We talk constantly how it's hard to get any funding, and we have a good opportunity here to really grow that. So again, right now, I'm going to be open to the against side to try and convince me otherwise. But again, if you're supportive of the SHISH plan that's been currently going through, this has to go forward before we can dig into the swimming pools and other little concerns that we have around the town. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Christensen. Councillor Ritz.
Just echoing Deputy Mayor Christensen's comments there.
Yep, great, thank you. Anyone against? Councillor Blanco.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Okay. Engaging with the federal government and the state government in funding applications for significant projects like this. The feds used to only give us, previously when I was on council, 10 million. And the state government would front up with, the same if we pushed them hard, Not that we got anything, Karratha got heaps, So the only way that happened is if the local government had the detailed design and costing. Okay. And then the local governments became successful in their applications. When I engaged with the federal government in relation to funding, they effectively told me to buzz off unless we had the detailed design and costing for the project. Okay. So obviously I'm going to support this, but we need to do a lot better. You know, this is the project that we should be doing first because everybody wants it. And we've got huge issues with the South Hedland Pool. We were sent an email last week. I think I might have it. Oh dear. I've deleted it, you know, because there was 1,061 pages of attachments that I had to go through. Anyway, so we were given an email with the master plan in relation to the oval. Did anybody see where the pool was in the master plan? Because I couldn't see the pool.
It's there.
It's there. Was I given the wrong document?
It's there.
Okay. Righto. Going back to what I said previously, we should have our detailed design and costing in these projects. That is the best way to attract and secure funding from the government. You know, I will not be surprised at all if this fails. We should be moving ahead with our detailed design for this project. We should be finishing that first. We've just applied millions of dollars to the other one. This one here needs to be finished. And then let's get on with this one. Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Blanco. Is there anyone else for? Yes, Councillor Bennett.
Just to make a comment on Councillor Blanco, the reason why this has come to us now is because we were successful with the first part of it. So I believe that Lee and the team have submitted whatever is required, and this is the second part where we are now successful pretty much.
Thank you, Councillor. Is there anyone else against? Anyone else for? Councillor Christensen.
No, I think we've covered it all. But again, can confirm the pool is definitely there. It's on the northern end of the blue building. So, and it will continue to the western edge of the current existing Kevin Scott Oval. So, hence the reason we need to do 1A and 1B first. So, definitely please get behind it. Let's get this ball rolling because it's definitely been a long time coming. And then hopefully we can move on to the next glorious project we've got coming down the pipeline. So, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Christensen. We'll now put it to the vote. All those in favour? Motion is carried. Thank you, councillors. Okay, 12.5 executive service, there is nil. Item number 13, new business of urgent nature, late items, there is nil. Item number 14, motion to approve as notice has been given, there is nil. Item number 15, motion which may be closed, confidential matters. We have four now, confidential matters to be considered by council type behind closed doors. We've offered recommendation to close the council meeting to members of the public as described under section 5.23-2 of the Local Government Act 1995 to consider items 15.1, 15.2, 15.3 and 15.4. Can I move it to close behind doors? Thank you, Councillor Christensen. Can I have a seconder, please? Councillor Rents, thank you. Anyone against the motion? No. Thank you, councillors. Motion is carried.
Point of order. Can we have 5-minute comfort break?
We will. Yes,
Thank
okay. I'm going to close the meeting to the members of the public at 5:36 p.m. Yeah, 9:36 p.m. Correct. And we'll have a 5-minute comfort break. Thank you, members of the gallery. If you please excuse us while we have closed doors. Thank you for your attendance. Great, thank you.
Yeah, we'll just open the door, Mr. Mayor.
Open the door, see who's there. Yeah. All right, so I need to read out what these ones.
You do. Can we, Tom, can we have it back up on the screen, please?
That was carried.
We're reading out the four resolutions resolved behind closed doors.
Yep, which was that one that was carried?
Is that 15.1?
Yep, and 15.2 was carried.
Yep.
And 15.3 was carried.
Yep.
And Luca's one, I'll have to bring it back to, what was it? I'll put that up on the screen. Yep, okay. Okay. Can I have the recorder, please?
Tom, do we still have the recorder? No?
No, we're at confidentiality.
Okay. We'll just keep going. It's on
Keep
the
going.
live stream.
It's on the live stream. Okay. Okay, welcome back, everybody. Back to 15.1, the market-led development proposal. The council notes accepts the plans development of the proponent listed in the report and the land parcel identified in the confidential attachment 1. That 2, authorise the CEO, the delegate, to require freehold tenure over a parcel of land indicated in the confidential attachment 2, and 3, notes minor amendments to the boundary of the proposed land parcel may be made. And 3, authorise the CEO or their delegate to enter in inclusive negotiations with the proponent listed in the report to enter into agreement for a temporary licence and the agreement to lease or sell the land parcel subject to state approval indicated in confidential attachment 2. 5, notes that any agreement that will be made will be brought back to council as a major land transaction business plan for endorsement. And 6, request that the proponent attend the confidential briefing within the first quarter of 2024 to provide further details of their proposal. And 7, authorise the CEO or their delegated to commence development of the major land transaction business plan. The motion was carried. Item number 15.2, the Port Hedland Yacht Club venue lease. The council proceeded to inclusive negotiation to preferred applicant as listed within the confidential report. And 2, directs the CEO or the delegate to write to the alternative applicants advising their proposal was unsuccessful. 3, authorise the CEO and the delegated procedure that substantial qualified hospitality consultant to work with the town to preferred applicant to establish a detailed breakdown of the works, including costs required to meet contemporary high quality hospitality standards and the expectations of the community. And 4, receive the report of future date which expects the work required, including detailed costings, in order to make decisions on whether to allocate a budget fund for the works. 5, in the event of negotiations falling, authorise the CEO or the delegate to commence investigations into convert the yacht club premises into alternative business or community use, with the report be returned to the first quarter of 2024 for council's consideration. The motion was carried. 15.3, business plan major land transaction lot 601 South Hedland. That council 1, endorse the draft plan for the major land transaction for lot 601 Parry Court South Hedland, and authorises the CEO to make minor amendments that do sustainably alter the intent of the business plan prior to advertising. And 2, request the CEO to commence statewide and local public of a business plan for an 8-week period, and request all public comments to be collected and the business plan be presented back to council for final endorsement. 3, authorise the CEO to enter into agreement with the proposed developer to require them to lease and amalgamated land and develop the land subject to A, the Minister for Lands agreeing to sell the land to the town in freehold, and B, satisfy the requirements of Local Government Act 1995, C, the business plan being endorsed by council, and D, the land tenure issue being resolved, including the purchase of the amalgamated of sublots. And E, with respect to the development lots development approval being obtained under the Planning and Development Act 2005, the motion was carried. Now, 15.4. The council accepts the application submitted by Aluka's Kitchen in accordance with the expression of interest of the Mercapara pop-up licence will A, be provided for food and beverage services, and B, be for a period of 1 year with an option of 1 year, and C, commence in January 2024 as determined by the CEO for a responsible and practical, and B, what's that word then? Simulate minimum opening hours are as follows. Little Starfish, Monday to Saturday, 6 a.m. to 11 a.m, 12 p.m. to 4 p.m, Sundays 7 a.m. to 11:30 a.m. And the Oyster Stack, Friday to Saturday, 5:30 p.m. Friday to Sunday, 5:30 p.m. to 8:30 p.m. And E, being in accordance with the licence at attachment 1, the confidential elevation report, and 2, requires the CEO or his delegated to enter in a licence agreement for the Mercapara Park pop-ups for a period of 1 year, and for a further 1 year option for the licence fee stipulated in the agreement in accordance with policy number 8-004 community leasing. And 3, in the event Aluka's Kitchen is unable or unwilling to enter into a licence agreement within the responsible time frame, accepts the application submitted by Takeaway and authorise the CEO or his delegate to enter in a licence agreement under the same terms outlined in clause 2. The motion was carried. Okay, item number 16, closure.
One of the councillors previously spoke about noting the votes recorded. So are we still doing that?
All votes are recorded.
As in, it's naming councillors yea or nay? Oh, yes, thanks. Yes. Good. Well, that's great. No worries.
Okay, 16, closure. 16.1, the date of the next council meeting. Councillors, this brings us to the end of the council meeting. The next council meeting will be held on 7th of February 2024 at 5:30 p.m. 16.2, closure. Being there no further business, I declare the meeting closed at 11:58 p.m. I'd like to... 11:58 p.m, yeah. Councillors, I'd like to thank you for your time tonight and wish you all a very, very happy Christmas, and everyone out there in Facebook land, welcome and have a great Christmas, and look forward to seeing you all in 2024. Thank you.